So what did you guys do for Memorial Day? And hung out with the family, just barbecue style. It was pretty nice. It would have been a good day for the beach yesterday, for sure. Yeah, was it crowded? I'm in an underpopulated area, so the beach here is never crowded.
The machine does this.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. How did you know it was Memorial Day, Abby? Because all these people in this app keep on talking about it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. You always do.
Yeah, I know.
So was I. It's okay.
I was thinking about Memorial Day, like, actually, you know what? I don't even know if that's true or not. Is that true? Actually, you know what? I don't even know if that's true or not. Is that true? That's like one of those things that.
Yeah.
That's like one of those things that.
Yeah. It's a sign of respect. God.
I'm in first class. You know, if I see a service member, I'll switch my seat with them. You know, because they, you know, they think they're helping. And that's really nice.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I like it's commendable from what you see. I support the troops.
Well, someone's got to do it, but that someone isn't me, in the wise words of Pete Seeger.
Yeah, but you can't even stop during the national anthem. Where were you at?
I was at a baseball game.
You were walking around during the national anthem at a baseball game.
Yeah, because I didn't, you know, go there to fucking guzzle the military's, you know, members.
Yeah, it's just a sign, like, heaven forbid you have to engage in the.
You know what I would do? I would, if they were doing the thing where they're like, we'd like to honor, you know, this guy, this particular service member that's here who served in, you know, the whatever airborne division, I would stop for that. I would stop to pay respect to an actual person. I'm not gonna like stop to you know, pay respect to this like institution.
This is the secular mind.
I get it.
I don't care. I'm not gonna like get out. I'm not gonna like get out of my like.
No, I don't like it. I have a regular opinion on you, Kevin. You really are one of the days. It's just
Hello?
I mean, we have
Hello?
right? So we should just
Hello?
execute our rights.
Hello?
Yeah. When I was in, I told Abby this story. When I was in like 8th grade in public school, I didn't want to stand for the national anthem, not the national, for the Pledge of Allegiance, okay? And my teacher told me that. What? Yeah, my teacher told me that I had to, and I said, this is a public school, and I have a first right to not stand if I don't want to. And he said, basically, like, you know, not my class or whatever, like some bullshit.
Hell yeah.
And I sent a letter to the ACLU, and then the ACLU sent a letter to my school telling them that I did not have to stand. And my principal was very upset at me. He did not like. He was just like, oh, you know, my principal said he's okay. Like, if you had just come to me when this happened, like, I would have sided with you. Like, you didn't. You kind of escalated things quickly, and I was like, yeah, that's fair enough, you know.
No, that's really smart for an 8th grade.
They that the school had to spend, you know, probably at least $500 or $1,000 on, you know, paying their retained lawyer.
Hilarious. Oh, I love that. That's better than my stories. My stories would be like, then it happened a couple different times, a few different teachers, and I'd get like, you know, halfway down the hallway, and they'd be like, nope, just come back in the class. I was wrong. It's okay. So it never really, you know, escalated too far.
Yeah. At one point, like, the teacher just kind of like asked me, like, hey, like, why didn't you want to stand, you know?
And then you told them because you don't believe in anything. Because you're a positive.
I think honestly,
I mean, you didn't even make a moral stand with the pillow. You're fucking lazy.
Yeah. Same. No, literally that was me. I was just like, I just don't feel like it, or I'm tired. Like, fuck you, dude. There was a case in my state recently, interesting. It was a Palestinian kid, like last year, and I guess they sued the school and they just won, because she didn't want to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't know, I guess the teacher like verbally attacked her after the fact. I'm in Michigan though, so.
See, I agree with that. At least that's a strong stance. At least like that clicks to my brain while you do that. You know, but Kevin's just a lazy asshole. Like that's it.
I'm gonna be honest here. I actually do remember what I was upset about, and it's a little embarrassing.
What was it?
I think I was upset about the early. This was like 2014, so this was like early like Mike Brown BLM stuff. I think it might have been a BLM thing.
Oh my God!
At least it's something. At least it's something.
But I think I also didn't like that. I was also really into atheism, and I think the One Nation Under God I think also bothered me.
So that makes sense. So you grew up. I assume you grew up on the evolution of the atheist pipeline. Like you were watching.
Yeah, 100%. And then in when I was like 13, it took like a libertarian turn. And then I basically got more right-wing through being like maybe 16. And then I kind of pumped the brakes on that a little bit. It's so funny. I never was like into Trump, like genuinely. Like I thought he was funny, but I always thought he was kind of like an idiot. Like I was never like, I kind of took a break from politics. Then I became more like progressive. And then I was like really progressive. And then I kind of went back to like social democrat. Now I'm back here. Now I'm where I am.
You're still social democrat. Shut up.
By some standards, but.
Danielle, I'm supposed to call with Angelo this Saturday.
Oh, how's Angelo doing?
Yeah, we called like for minutes. He said I will call you in a few hours, and then he didn't. I think he fell asleep because he was working. I will call you after work time. But yeah, let's see. Next time, perhaps.
Ashton's baby daddy?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what that's a reference to.
You don't know Ashton?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Wait, who's Ashton's baby daddy?
Hold on. It's an account called Crime Pills or something.
Oh.
You have to go on Twitter. Let me see what's the name. Crime Pills for Kids.
The one time I got detention in middle school was because I was talking during the silent prayer in the morning. That was the one time. The one time.
I think Nora got hospitalized or something.
That's not good. No,
that is better.
Well, that's good. You're right. That is good, actually. Well, why are people talking about Diego's court proceedings? I looked it up, and this shit happened 2 years ago.
It's because when Nora went insane. What the hell? He should be in jail right now, serving his time, man. Get the hell up. When Nora went insane the first time, people started to be blaming Diego. And then they were doxing Diego. Because everyone knows Diego.
It's weird that Chadley cares so much about it. It's weird that she cares so much about it. Why
she doesn't want to see a white man get hit.
He's not white. He's fucking Hispanic.
He's a Hispanic guy. He's Mexican.
Well, Spanish people are white.
Well, he's not Spanish, though. He's Mexican.
There's a different. Very different.
It is very different. You're
No,
absolutely right.
he's not the words. It's funny.
But wait, how do you feel about going man? How do you feel about Mexican immigrants who are clearly like 90% plus Spanish blood?
Ask my brother.
Like Nick Hunter.
Abby, right, Abby?
Right.
My brother, Kevin, the joke is my brother was dating a girl for a while. I actually thought they were going to last just 20 more. But she's from Venezuela, but her family's from Spain, right? Like they are.
Yeah, from how many generations ago?
Not too many though.
Yeah.
But I think like 2 or 3 generations from Spaniards, Spanish, and he said she's white. So I don't think she was. I said she's not.
That does make you blind.
He also has to say.
This is AICitycorp.com. Go to AICitycorp.com to find out about the hottest, latest, newest startup in venture capital. AICitycorp.com. Hello? Hello? Hello?
This is
Hello? This is AICitycorp.com. Go to AICitycorp.com to find out about the hottest, latest, newest startup in venture capital. AICitycorp.com. Hello? 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 This is AI. Karen, welcome. Good morning. I'm going to be reading a book. I hope you like. I'm going to read for maybe an hour. Welcome, Alistair. Welcome to the room. I'm going to mod you if you could help me mod the room. Isn't that great? Bankroll in the house. We finally got the money. We finally got the money. The bankrolls finally come through. Welcome to the show, Bankroll. Love the name. Palpatine to destroy the Jedis once. Palpatine to destroy the Jedis once and for all.
Emotional program. Emotional program. You said emotional programming?
That's the house.
Okay. 1 second.
Hello?
So what's the topic about, though?
It is about
Like being selfish, like a narcissist.
what is narcissism?
Like basically only like caring about yourself at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, what about at the beginning of the day? I'd say a real narcissist starts the moment you wake up, not just at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know.
Brandon, it's titled, Isn't Everyone Selfish? We're going to read one page from a book. And then I'm going to go get my... Should a man be the beneficiary of his action? The answer is given The answer is given in Atlas Shrugged, in the scene when I'm not going to wait for that. At the first mention of a threat to you, I will kill M-word and stop them right there. I don't have to tell you that if I do it, it won't be an act of self-sacrifice. I do not care to live on their terms. I do not care to obey them. I do not obey them. I do not care to see you enduring a drawn-out murder. loves a woman so much that he does not wish to survive her death, if life can have nothing more to offer him at that price, then his dying to save her is not a sacrifice. The same principle applies to a man caught in a dictatorship who willingly risks death to achieve freedom. To call his act a self-sacrifice, one would have to assume that he preferred to live as a slave. Selfishness of a man who is willing to die if necessary, fighting for his freedom, lies in the fact that he is unwilling to go on living in a world where he is no longer able to act on his own judgment. That is a world where human conditions of existence are no longer possible to him. The selfishness or unselfishness of an action is to be determined objectively. It is not determined by the feelings of the person who acts. Just as feelings are not a tool of cognition, so they are not a criterion. Depends not on whether or not one wants to perform it, but on why one wants to perform it. By what standard was the action chosen? To achieve what goal?
Club room. Are you ready?
If a man proclaimed that he felt he would best benefit others by robbing and murdering them, men would not be willing to grant that his actions were altruistic. By the same logic and for the same reasons, if a man pursues a course of blind self-destruction, his feeling that he has something to gain by it does not establish his actions as selfish. Okay, that's one page of Ayn Rand. Hello? So have you learned anything new about selfishness? Hello? Hello? Where did the bankroll go? The bankroll has left us for rooms of higher value. Oh, the bank is back.
Yeah, so that's you're reading that right there. You're reading that right there.
Yeah, Ayn Rand. That was a chapter on selfishness, one page from it. I'm creating content to emotionally program objective ethics into my brain and into the brain of thousands of clones in the army. Hello?
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest acts of infinite space, Prince, priest the beast, and in and servant which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, as to love infinite space, is the Prince Priest to be. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. Ever sun and she
If motivated solely by a sense of charity, compassion, duty, or altruism, a person renounces a value, desire, a goal in favor of the pleasure, wishes or needs of another person whom he values less than the thing he renounced. That is an act of self-sacrifice. The fact that a person may feel that he wants to do it does not make his action selfish or establish objectively that he is its beneficiary. Suppose, for example, that a son chooses the career he wants by rational standards, but then renounces it in order to please his mother, who prefers that he pursue a different career, one that will have more prestige in the eyes of the neighbors. The boy accedes to his mother's wish because he has accepted that such is his moral duty. He believes that his duty as a son consists of placing his mother's happiness above his own, even if he knows that his mother's demand is irrational, and even if he knows that he is sentencing himself to a life of misery and frustration. It is absurd for the advocates of the everyone is selfish doctrine to assert that since the boy is motivated by the desire to be virtuous or to avoid guilt, no self-sacrifice is involved and his action is really selfish. What is evaded is the question of why the boy feels and desires as he does. Emotions and desires are not causeless, irreducible primaries. They are the product of the premises one has accepted. The boy wants to renounce his career only because he has accepted the ethics of altruism. He believes that it is immoral to act for his self-interest. That is the principle directing his actions. Advocates of the everyone is selfish doctrine do not deny that under the pressure of the altruistic ethics, men can knowingly act against their own long-range happiness. They merely assert that in some higher, undefinable sense, such men are still acting selfishly. A definition of selfishness that includes or permits the possibility of knowingly acting against one's long-range happiness is a contradiction in terms. It is only the legacy of mysticism that permits men to imagine that they are still speaking meaningfully when they declare that one can seek one's happiness in the
Duty or altruism. A person who announces a value.
The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Two, welcome to the room.
These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 of the chambers, yours the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep. Starry blue are mine of the
basic fallacy in the everyone is selfish argument consists of an extraordinarily crude equivocation. It is psychological truism, a tautology, that all purposeful behavior is motivated. But to equate motivated behavior with selfish behavior is to blank out the distinction between an elementary fact of human psychology and the phenomenon of ethical choice. It is to evade the central problem of ethics, namely, by what is man to be motivated? A genuine selfishness, that is, a genuine concern with discovering what is to one's self-interest, an acceptance of the responsibility of achieving it, a refusal ever to betray it by acting on the blind whim, mood, impulse, or feeling of the moment, an uncompromising loyalty to one's judgment. Convictions and values represents a profound moral achievement. Those who assert that everyone is selfish commonly intend their statement as an expression of cynicism and contempt, but the truth is that their statement pays mankind a compliment it does not deserve. September 1962. Isn't Everyone Selfish? By Nathaniel Branden. Chapter 6, The Psychology of Pleasure by Nathaniel Branden. Pleasure for man is not a luxury, but a profound psychological need. Pleasure, in the widest sense of the term, is a metaphysical concomitant of life, the reward and consequence of successful action, just as pain is the insignia of failure, destruction, death. Through the state of enjoyment, man experiences the value of life, the sense that life is worth living, worth struggling to maintain. In order to live, man must act to achieve values. Pleasure or enjoyment is at once an emotional payment for successful action and an incentive to continue acting. Further, because of the metaphysical meaning of pleasure to man, the state of enjoyment gives him a direct experience.
She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of happiness. The wind of the starry blue, wide awake at my bones. My joy is to see your joy.
unfurling of the company of heaven, every man and infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 feet to my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the minister for God wept. 8, the cubs is in the cool, not the cool in the cubs. 9, worship them. Further, because of the metaphysical meaning of pleasure to man, the state of enjoyment gives him a direct experience of his own efficacy, of his competence to deal with the facts of reality, to achieve his values, to live. Implicitly contained in the experience of pleasure is the feeling I am in control of my existence, just as implicitly contained in the experience of pain is the feeling I am helpless. As pleasure emotionally entails a sense of efficacy, so pain emotionally entails a sense of impotence. Thus, in letting man experience in his own person the sense that life is a value and that he is a value, pleasure serves as the emotional fuel of man's existence. Just as the pleasure-pain mechanism of man's body works as a barometer of health or injury, so the pleasure-pain mechanism of his consciousness works on the same principle, acting as a barometer of what is for him or against him, what is beneficial to his life or inimical. But man is a being of volitional consciousness. He has no innate ideas, no automatic or infallible knowledge of what his survival depends on. He must choose the values that are to guide his actions and set his goals. His emotional mechanism will work according to the kind of values he chooses. It is his values that determine what a man feels to be for him or against him. It is his values that determine what a man seeks for pleasure. If a man makes an error in his choice of values, his emotional mechanism will not correct him. It has no will of its own. If a man's values are such that he desires things which in fact and in reality lead to his destruction, his emotional mechanism will not save him, but will instead urge him on toward destruction. He will have set it in reverse against himself and against the facts of reality, against his own life. Man's emotional mechanism is like an electronic computer. Man has the power to program it, but no power to change nature, so that if he sets the wrong programming, he will not be able to escape the fact that the most self-destructive desires will have for him the emotional intensity. A man's basic values reflect his conscious or subconscious view of himself and of his existence. They are the expression of A, the degree and nature of his self-esteem or lack of it, and B, the extent to which he regards the universe as open to his understanding and action or course, the extent to which he holds a benevolent or malevolent view of existence. Thus, the things which a man seeks for pleasure or enjoyment are profoundly revealing psychologically. They are the index of his character and soul. By soul, I mean a man's consciousness and his basic motivating values. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the manifestation of new breed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now I need my secret center, my heart and my heart. Seven, behold, it is revealed by I must be a servant for a God. It's because he's in the room, not the who in the past. Night worship in the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants give you a secret, they shall obey and mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on unsaving need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold, the passing of my land I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine is the figure of infinite. If a man makes an error in his choice of values, his emotional mechanism will not correct him. It has no will of its own. If a man's values are such that he desires things which in fact and in reality lead to his destruction, his emotional mechanism will not save him. but will instead urge him on toward destruction, he will set it in reverse against himself, against the facts of reality, against his own life. Man's emotional mechanism is like an electronic computer. Man has the power to program it, but no power to change its nature, so that if he sets the wrong programming, he will not be able to escape the fact that the most self-destructive desires will have for him the emotional intensity and urgency of life-saving actions. He has, of course, the power to change the programming, but only by changing his values. Man's basic values reflect his conscious or subconscious view of himself and of existence. They are the expression of A, the degree and nature of his self-esteem or lack of it, and B, the extent to which he regards the universe as open to his understanding and action or closed, i.e., the extent to which he holds a benevolent or malevolent view of existence. Thus, the things which a man seeks for pleasure or enjoyment are profoundly revealing psychologically. They are the index of his character and soul. By soul, I mean a man's consciousness and his basic motivating values. They are broadly 5 interconnected areas that allow man to experience the enjoyment of life: productive work, human relationships, recreation, art, sex. Productive work is the most fundamental of these. Through his work, man gains his basic sense of control over existence, his sense of efficacy, which is the necessary foundation of the ability to enjoy any other value. The man whose life lacks direction or purpose, the man who has no creative goal, necessarily feels helpless and out of control. The man who feels helpless and out of control feels inadequate to and unfit for existence, and the man who feels unfit for existence is incapable of enjoying it. One of the hallmarks of a man of self-esteem who regards the universe as open to his effort is the profound pleasure he experiences in the productive work of his mind. His enjoyment of life is fed by his unceasing concern to grow in knowledge and ability, to think, to achieve, to move forward, to meet new challenges and overcome them, to earn the pride of a constantly expanding efficacy. A different kind of soul is revealed by the man who predominantly takes pleasure in working only at the routine and familiar.
the diamonds of radiance. Mine is the red triumph. Sign given on none. Save it me, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet sent Typhon. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the internet. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. The waves of music and the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike is thy teeth. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, here by my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds are radiance white here. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, the safety of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue glitter of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the punch of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be my Lord, the dark blue waves of
doing. Sure with you. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Mine is the adopted man and my insight is only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. I'm a body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. What is the red triangle reverse? The sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, and the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of a office and cipher. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine is the figure of the intimate. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel like the beats of pearl, for run I up the deep night guards of the master. Abraham Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart is not blue, hands of music in the sound, and I made a word to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, try the flaming sword, try the conquering Lord, I'm in God, I guess Lord
A different kind of soul is revealed by the man who predominantly takes pleasure in working only at the routine and familiar, who is inclined to enjoy working in his semi-days, who sees happiness and freedom from challenge or struggle or effort, the soul of a man profoundly deficient in self-esteem, to whom the universe appears as unknowable and vaguely threatening, the man whose central motivating impulse is a longing for safety, not the safety that is won by efficacy, but the safety of a world in which efficacy is not demanded. Still, a different kind of soul is revealed by the man who finds it inconceivable that work, any form of work, can be enjoyable, who regards the effort of earning a living as a necessary evil, who dreams only of the pleasures that begin when the workday ends, the pleasure of drowning his brain in alcohol, or television, or billiards, or women, the pleasure of not being conscious. The soul of a man with scarcely a shred of self-esteem, who never expected the achievement but in destruction, whose action is aimed not at attaining efficacy but at ruling those who have attained it. The soul of a man so abjectly his resentment and hatred against those who do not share his state, those who are able to live as if by destroying the confident, the strong, and the healthy, he could convert impotence into efficacy. A rational, self-confident man is motivated by a love of values and by a desire to achieve them. A neurotic is motivated by fear and by a desire to escape it. This difference in motivation is reflected not only in the things each type of man will seek for pleasure, but in the nature of the pleasure they will experience. The emotional quality of the pleasure experienced by the four men described above, for instance, is not the same. The quality of any pleasure depends on the mental processes that give rise to and attend it, and on the nature of the values involved. The pleasure of using one's consciousness properly and the pleasure of being unconscious are not the same, just as the pleasure of achieving real values, gaining an authentic sense of efficacy, and the pleasure of temporarily diminishing one's sense of fear and helplessness are not the same. The man of self-esteem experiences the pure, unadulterated enjoyment of using his faculties properly and of achieving actual values in reality.
Who's inclined to enjoy working in a semi-days, seizing happiness and freedom from challenge. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign. Even of none say it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the homeless. Saints and men of rose and cross of life. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, or dry land, or of any other, of
Church of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk and I bear the rose and cross of life and
was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who gets named, and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of became like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One second you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in my heart. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from your feeling. One second you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Oh, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near if I breathe. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my life, tend my life. I breathe in your holy cold, and the storm in my head lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. With my hands still shaking, I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking in your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my shall know that the chosen priest the beast, and in his
This same principle applies to all forms of enjoyment. Thus, in the realm of human relationships, a different form of pleasure is experienced, a different sort of motivation is involved, a different kind of care is exacting standards, and by the man who is able to enjoy himself only with human beings who have no standards whatever and with whom therefore he feels free to be himself, or by the man who finds pleasure only in the company of people he despises, to whom he can compare himself favorably, or by the man who finds pleasure only among people he can deceive and manipulate, from whom he derives the lowest neurotic substitute for a sense of genuine efficacy, sense of power. For the rational psychologically, now consider the sphere of recreation. For instance, a party. A rational man enjoys a party as an emotional reward for achievement, and he can enjoy it only if, in fact, it involves activities that are enjoyable, such as seeing people whom he likes, meeting new people whom he finds interesting, engaging in conversations in which something worth saying and hearing is being said and heard. But a neurotic can enjoy a party for reasons unrelated to the real activities taking place. He may hate or despise or fear all the people present. He may act like a noisy fool and feel secretly ashamed of it, but he will feel that he is enjoying it all because people are emitting the vibrations of approval, or because it is a social distinction to have been invited to this party, or because other people appear to be gay, or because the party has spared him, for the length of an evening, the terror of being alone. The pleasure of being drunk is obviously the pleasure of escaping from the responsibility of consciousness. And so are the kind of social gatherings, held for no other purpose than the expression of hysterical chaos, where the guests wander around in an alcoholic stupor, prattling noisily and senselessly, and enjoying the illusion of a universe where one is not burdened with purpose, logic, reality, or awareness. Observe in this connection the modern beatniks. For instance, the manner of dancing. What one sees is not smiles of authentic enjoyment, but the vacant staring eyes, the jerky, disorganized movements of what looks like decentralized bodies, all working very hard with a kind of flat-footed hysteria at projecting an air of the purposeless, senseless, the mindless. This is the pleasure of unconsciousness.
this woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars in 16, for he is ever a sun and shield. Serpent, 19, oh, as your linen woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. He shall know that the chosen priest, as of infinite space, is the prince priest to be. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my
Cool down the brain. It's the computer system's
to
running.
their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret hidden, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendrous serpent. 19 azure linen woman, the 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Teen above the gender is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her knees. The winged of the starry blue, her mind awaketh nothing soon. My joy is to see your child.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet are deep, my secret center, my heart and my heart. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyeless, the minister for apart the clouds is in the pool, not the pool in the clouds. 9, worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of night, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. illusionary substance and whatnot, but it will also kind of rewrite the hard drive of your brain. So I've placed Amanita at any kind of the high dose off limits, so I can't really describe it to you.
But the guy we're talking about will be happy to tell you about the time he took a lot of it, and he ran around the forest screaming for like 10 hours and not stop.
My understanding, I've never ingested Amanita. My understanding is that it's more of a deliriant than a classic psychedelic the way we think about it.
Yeah, or it's more of got a little bit of
Starts to get dissociated.
Say, hey, I come home, I come home. All power, all power under the skin. I hope I take my hand. All power, banish the fear. No shadow stay. I hope I take my hand. All power now with this man. I hope I love and light. Ladies, burning bright. I hope we are safe. I love who I am. Why would I want
welcome to the Ask a Mystic Show with Wizard John. Babaji, welcome to the show.
I do the circle of salt. Gold rings, black silk, bare feet. Your name was the spark in the vault. Step to the door. Midnight oil on my hands. I drew the circle and saw. Midnight chalk on the floor. I draw a door. Step in like a spell. With your eyes on my core. Cold it on the table. And the candles lean. Rock up, I crack. Stir and smoke between. Your hands speak thunder. My hands black. Hot like a seizure. Beating off the track. All power, power. All power. Call it by name. We've been the dark hour. We wear a take my hand, all power now in this land. I walk my love and mine, banish the fear, burning bright. You move like a comet in a velvet coat. I sing your secret from the throne of the note. Comet cup shaking when you laugh that way. Even the moon drops at the edge of day. I don't need a crown, I don't need a throne. If you say my name, I come home, I come home. All power, power, all power under the skin. We close the circle and let the storm in. I walk my crack, take my hand, all power now in this bed. I walk my crack, love and light, banish the fear, burning bright.
me for a quick, huh?
Never end. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future.
Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Illuminati. The Order of the Temple. Knights Templar. The Order of the Knights of St. John. The Order of the Knights of Mountain. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The Hidden Church of the Holy Grail. The Hermetic Brotherhood of Light. The Holy Order of Rose-Colored Hymn. The Order of the Holy Royal Arching Clock. The Ancient Angelic Lights of Masonry. The Rites of the Priests. The Vital X-Ring. The Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry. The Swedish Baroque Love of Masonry. The Order of the Martyrists. of the satellite, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scared crowd. And my object are sublime. Beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit my object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment
beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the game piece the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what I was supposed to become, to make the fit my object of supply.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Bringing together men and women of strong character, taste, and aspiration. 70 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy, children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 50. There is an without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought. The Showstone, a crystal which Thea alleged to have been brought to him by angels, is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolizes
priest in a gym. There's also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. The general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Fili. The seventh line is called Linea Spirit. Left-hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air. Which governs it? Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn. and ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The
White and pure by the brightness I will be.
mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb when I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight.
the voice of the 6.
11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Moses raised thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was a beast before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the iron thou bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The ineffable glory of the outmost ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The I invoke. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Thee I invoke. Thou whose upper is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Thou menace hideth the universe with night. one of double power. That God whose presence is shed, the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. No contents resolve the 30th in one darkling sphere of fire. Six. Thou who bearest the rose and just of life and light.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. All the care gonna change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out of the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that all the spend. The cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tag. You call it for the people, but the door stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op. All the bills are on spin. The cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Oh, Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borough's 1 million is a criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Credibility is a scam. Johnson is the tag. No Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Expanding trial. Brandon Johnson is Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost $1.3 billion to get the party off. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a fraud.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the the book's transparency. Whoever's speaking tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine cross upon your pinnacle, who can wash over the universe. Yea, who company appear to the house of rest, who cometh to ship advancing onwards to the heights of However be my course, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guide me in this work of art.
Illuminati. The order of the temple. Knights Templar. The order of the Knights of St. John. The order of the Knights of London. The order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The hidden church of the Holy Grail. The Hermetic Brotherhood of Light. The Holy Order of Rosicrucians of Heaven. The Order of the Holy Royal Archangel. The ancient Telepathic Rites of Freemasonry. The Rites of the Freemasonry. The Rites of Mystery. The ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry. The sweet body of love of Masonry. The Order of Martinists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
Threading through the night, I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the pain. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. And my object of sublime. Shall treatment time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns black beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. was lost. To the price, to the cost. To make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is called the clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left a kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I want what I have had, hold on to the shape of what's lost to the prize, to the prize, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime. Bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17, the order of opposition. House. 71, the order of persuasion to its members. Bringing together men and women of strong character. Taste. 73, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 50. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases. The Shopstone, a crystal which Thea alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagram surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Fili. The 7th line is of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
stars around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its core. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the not to scale. Abracadabra.
Giving the sign that each abracadabra
Remaining.
and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One might be thee.
Abracadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness.
I am given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. Orpheus and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
For is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke
thee.
Ye, mine are the dark blue waves of music. music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee.
Draw the flaming sword. Thou the head of the whole. The iron folk. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Whose apron is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of lions, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of the Nile was a beast before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable moon, the iron
Johnson is the tax. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. This is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. You call the kid for a change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table. Brandon Johnson is attacked. Brandon Johnson is attacked. Every story we told, you preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city, they're the ones who pay it back. All the bills are on spin. Gas goes up without it. Open up, blockbusters right now. Stolen numbers. Open up, blockbusters right now. Stolen numbers. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson cries. The shadows pull back.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost 1 trillion is a criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Accountability is a scam. Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Tomorrow's $103 billion to get the party dogs off the C2 is a mafia propaganda. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Balls 1-3. Brandon Johnson is the reparations for blacks. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. $3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now.
arms for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxology, while taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine host upon the old pinnacle, who can wash all and back single words to the hearts of the Order of the Illuminati. The Order of the Mountain.
We ordered the knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the hidden church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Lights, the Holy Order of Rosary Bakes of Hidden, the Orders of the Holy Royal Archers Clock, the ancient satanic rites of Masonry, the rites of the priests, the rites of Israel, the Sabai, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object also. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of spun, turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the cause of And if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the cost. To make the punishment fit
keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. The devil kissed the ground. I want the stars to sing on the edge of the make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object calls sublime. I shall achieve in time. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like a crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I want, but I have had, hold on to the shape of what's close to the cross, to the cross, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime in time.
With men and women of high rank. 17, the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71, the order offers ways to its members, bringing together men and women of strong character, taste, and aspiration. 17, the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, peculiarly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Fili. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets. The letter earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these which governs it.
which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Next, the following text is between the points of.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defined in the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. patient concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Clues by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given if none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
For is the turkey in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Five, draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger.
Lord of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee.
Crowned, child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger. conquering Lord, conquering Lord, Avenger, Avenger, thou of the head of the hawk, the only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother here. Is the flashing white. Whose garment is of the golden glory.
Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Change while you pass that. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. Sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red and scream. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. Cash goes out with our page. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and right on it. Transparency on it. You call it for the people. But the door's so old. Then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold. Just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the goods and all the spend. Cash goes out with our kids. Open up the books right now. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell, every Brandon Johnson criminal. CEO is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. Is a scam.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a rebel. Borrows $1.3 billion to get the party off. The CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop.
Alex, transparency now. Public, screaming trial now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Alex, transparency now. Public, screaming trial now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Alex, transparency now. Public, spending trial now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Alex, transparency now. Public, spending trial now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Brandon Johnson is the We're the book's transparency. AIDS is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the CPU, some mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book's transparency now. Public spending circle now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine cross upon the old pinnacle, who can wash all the universe. Can you company the beers? Eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me.
Apostolic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosary Makes It Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Archbishop, the ancient satanic rites of Masonry, the rites of the Buddhists, the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Masonry, the Swedish Freudian love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My objects are sublime. Solitude and time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime.
Threading through the night, a mark they didn't see, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment. You are the borrowed face. You are the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. Beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My optic of survival, I shall achieve in time.
Become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. Six advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17, the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. All brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, it will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up, is peculiarly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of breath aided in every way by its members, severally,
as by its organization collectively. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the lead are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Shockstone. And the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing.
He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in two dimensions as a square.
Surrounded by 30 concentric circles
Life is or
whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers.
which are attributes.
There is also a black cross central.
Which figures the general view.
The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Fili.
The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. Hand top corner being air of air. The right hand top corner, water of air. The left hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air.
Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
corners around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defined in the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
As the hawks by my head I invoke thee. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am beyond fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Fight is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
For is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air.
Five, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the sick,
11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron folk, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Thee I invoke. Mountains of praise are flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou,
Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 million to give to Crime. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass that, your friends at the table, every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out with our things. Open up the books right now. Stolen numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people. The door stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You preach about affordable. Then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold. Just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with my dick. Open up the books right now. Stolen numbers in our line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every beat.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon organization called the Party is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Brandon Johnson, criminal. CTU is a organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is a scandal. Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals only $3 billion to get a crony doctor. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of Portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending power now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending power now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending power now.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Johnson is the scam! is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist or taxologist. All taxation is dead. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to criminal. The scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon. Taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection. Who can watch over the universe? Give me company. negotiate weaponry to help them fight? Like, I'm trying to understand it. I could be missing something, but if he's giving them weaponry to fight the Russians,
with anything that you said, and I find that.
Dude, 1 second, please. David, I just want to remind, maybe you forgot or not, not only Pentagon, remember the independent White House list and all the media
Associated Press.
The White House independent commission that would make sure that every single media outlet would have a turn. Yes, the White House press corps was eliminated, right? So now the White House decides
what
what
are her loyalty
journalists that can
tested?
come in.
Yeah.
Yes, who
It's
can
good
come in and
loyalty
who
testing.
cannot come in. So not to say that we still have.
Yeah, so like, and
Yeah, the game is rigged.
yeah, David, I do not disagree with anything you said, and I very much see all democracies in a state of flux. They're not still systems. Time and change, right? That is time and change to systems. I agree with everything you said. I just don't see people falling out of windows or being like killed for reporting certain things. So I think that authoritative dictators in the world have a much more stringent control of the media over their populace than other democracies. But anyone.
It doesn't mind if I answer that because I'm from Russia.
Yeah.
I am from Russia,
Right,
so
okay.
I'm very familiar with that. Dude, so I did not start to have heart attacks or committing suicide by firing 3 bullets into their own head or somehow falling out of windows in Russia right away. You have to remember Putin has been in power since 2000, right? So at the beginning, it was very similar. First thing that Putin did was cancel comics that were making fun of him. Sounds very familiar, isn't it? Then he went to war. Let's not forget the Second Chechen War. It literally didn't, like, comparing it to the worst of the worst and how it is right now, I think is disingenuous because that's not how it started. It started out slow. It started out by rigging the elections, quote unquote, the legal way, right? Putin literally had Medvedev go, and he was, quote unquote, the president. But then Putin legally went and changed, quote unquote, the Constitution. They pretended for a while, right, to do it the right way. And then when slowly but surely, after some time, that's like somebody said, boiling the frog, right? Very slow in a pot. Now, 20-some years later, 24 years later, yeah, now it's just wide open. We're just going to assassinate people. We're not going to even deny it, right? We're just going to kind of be sarcastic about it. Yeah, the guy fell out of the window. I don't know, had an accident, maybe he was drunk. But it didn't get there it didn't happen overnight. Yeah, and this is happening, and what was happening with Putin in early 2000s, and I have lived through it, and I know what it's like, and my family is still there, a lot of it, is exactly what's happening here with the press. Against you, putting oligarchs in a position of power, but it does belong to Thanks, Regal.
I just want to play something the American, it's the Nick Hanauer stuff, just for people in America. Check it out.
It is astounding how significantly one idea can shape a society and its policies. Consider this one. If taxes on the rich go up, job creation will go down. This idea is an article of faith for Republicans and seldom challenged by Democrats, and has indeed shaped much of the economic landscape. But sometimes the ideas that we are certain are true are dead wrong. Consider that for thousands of years, humans
Humans believed that the Earth was the center of the universe. It's not. And an astronomer who still believed that it was would do some pretty terrible astronomy. Likewise, a policymaker who believes that the rich are job creators and therefore should not be taxed will do equal cycle of increasing demand and hiring. In this sense, an ordinary consumer is more of a job creator than a capitalist like me. That's why when business people take credit for creating jobs, it's a little bit like squirrels taking credit for creating evolution. It's actually the other way around. Anyone who's ever run a business knows that hiring more people is a course of last resort for capitalists. It's what we do if and only if rising consumer demand requires it. And in this sense, calling ourselves job creators isn't just inaccurate, it's disingenuous. That's why our existing policies are so upside down. When the biggest tax exemptions and the lowest tax rates benefit the richest, all in the name of job creation, all that happens is that the rich get richer. Since 1980, the share of income for the top 1% of Americans has more than tripled, while our effective tax rates have gone down by 50%. If it was true that lower taxes for the rich and more wealth for the wealthy led to job creation, today we would be drowning in jobs. And yet unemployment and underemployment is at record highs. Another reason that this idea is so wrong-headed is that there can never be enough super rich people to power a great economy. Somebody like me makes hundreds or thousands of times as much as the median American, but I don't buy hundreds or thousands of times as much stuff. My family owns 3 cars, not 3,000. I buy a few pairs of pants and shirts a year like most American men. Occasionally we go out to eat with friends. I can't buy enough of anything to make up for the fact that millions of unemployed and underemployed Americans can't buy any new cars, any clothes, or enjoy any meals out. Nor can I make up for the falling consumption of the vast majority of middle-class families that are barely squeaking by, burdened by spiraling costs and trapped by stagnant or declining wages. Here's an incredible fact. The typical American family still retained the same share of income that they did in 1970. They'd earn like $45,000 more a year. Imagine what our economy would be like if that were the case. Significant privileges have come to people like me, capitalists, for being perceived as job creators at the center of the economic universe, and the language and metaphors we use to defend the current economic and social arrangements is telling. It's a small jump from job creator to the creator. This language was not chosen by accident. And it's only honest to admit that when somebody like me calls themselves a job creator, we're not just describing how the economy works, but more particularly, we're making a claim on status and privileges that we deserve. Speaking of special privileges, the extraordinary differential between the 15% tax rate that capital pay on carried interest, dividends, and capital gains, and the 35% top marginal rate on work that ordinary Americans, people like me, don't create jobs. Jobs are a consequence of an ecosystemic feedback loop between customers and businesses. And when the middle class thrives, businesses grow and hire, and owners profit. That's why taxing the rich to pay for investments that benefit all is such a fantastic deal for the middle class and the rich. So ladies and gentlemen, here's an idea worth spreading. In a capitalist economy, the true job creators are middle-class consumers. And taxing the rich to make investments that make the middle class grow and thrive is the single shrewdest thing we can do for the middle class, for the poor.
Scores of TED Talks interviews. I listened to this guy for 15 years.
What's interesting to me is, and I just realized this reason talking about that, we had this story about how like minimum wage and how much people should make and how competitive the job market needs to be, because without an incentive for people to work really hard, they'd be lazy and awful. And somehow when it comes to billionaires, we have this argument that we can't tax them. We have to pay them a lot. They have to exist because if they don't have billions, they would never function everywhere.
These are critical.
So for the poor, we need to keep them down on what they have so they have some incentive to work.
So
And for the rich, we have to give them more because if they didn't have more, they have no incentive to work.
If you have 30
And so
soldiers,
we've created this is the oligarchy, right? This is the whole idea. We've created this bizarre world where if you're rich enough, we have to give you more. Otherwise, you won't do anything. And if you're poor, we have to keep kind of like prodding you because it's because you're lazy and not virtuous. You know, I just think it's a very backwards mentality. I mean, how will our economy do well? To like that point, like, what is most innovation in the U.S.? Is most innovation in the U.S. like new medical tech or something else? No. If you look at the number one innovation of our drug markets, it's called reformulations to extend patent life. Overwhelmingly, 95% of investment is reformulations, particularly of specialized painkillers and long-term chronic inflammation stoppers, because they're used so broadly. And it's not making a new drug, it's literally you lose your patent after a certain amount of time, and then you just reformulate and add in a new drug, and you get to extend that patent. So, like, that's where I think it's just so silly. Like, even if you look at a lot of the arguments on what happens, it's demonstrative history.
You're right. Time to play some pro. Yeah. It's pro. You can smell that, J. Joe. Listen. I'm on the corner office, can't working on my masterpiece. Truthfully, it was something I was glad to see. Super fly, missy, it was like a jubilee. Soon you be super busy on the movie scene. Someone looking super bad, super fly usually. This man at work on the chorus like who can it be? Business as usual in the studio, we PMD.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
How come you don't move into those stock rooms? Like, you're in every single, like, other room.
The moderators, I mean, they're moderators, bro.
No, I mean, it's fine. It's just I'm not producing content about stock analysis. So, you know, I just not really interested in doing any kind of financial analysis work.
Or what about just, like, doing the room recordings?
Yeah, just really no value there for me.
Because nobody's usually in those spaces. Usually political, maybe some religious. Because I think besides you, a couple people might have tried to get into this, segment.
Yo, busy texting to somebody and then somebody gonna represent you. But what up, Sean? Man, nigga, get your shit done, man.
Y'all ain't trying to hear this. It's okay. Hold on.
the 2020 Doha Agreement, the withdrawal was directly triggered by the peace deal signed by Trump and the Taliban. That was 2020. Man.
Right, but it wasn't executed.
Hold on, bro. Who did he invite to the White House last year? The Taliban. No, the Taliban.
I said the Taliban, fool.
Oh, you didn't say it, man.
What the hell you thought I said?
The wrong answer.
I don't know, man. Respectfully,
It's
black people, guys, look. We can say the like, look. Okay. Black people funny. I'm black nigga, y'all niggas ain't written nothing in the federal White House.
It's not a secret at all. Like.
Yo, busy, but the thing that you fail to comprehend is that Trump started it, and when it got to Biden fumbled the fucking play. He didn't know how to handle that play. All right, I could write up a play, and you could fuck it up in the court that we've had in the past. So that's how it is, bro. That's a better representation of how to handle. Because that motherfucker was definitely with mask. And he, like I said before, he was definitely different. Let's look at his phenotypes. Phenotypes completely different. We're definitely dealing with two Joe Bidens in his term.
And then we can't forget about Mike Johnson and the Speaker of the House. That's why I 100% agree with it, because this is his experience. This is his experience. He could not get a hold about it for nothing, especially when it came to important shit they needed to discuss immediately. I'm not gonna get into it. You already heard me talk about this story plenty of times. And that meeting in the Oval Office was supposed to be him, but it wasn't. I believe it was Obama. It was so it was a couple other people. Yeah. It made him realize, and then he even asked him like, "Why'd you sign that?" And Biden was like, "Sign what?" Like, nigga was confused. Like, so yeah, that shows you like nigga one of them strings for sure.
Man, do you like Mike Johnson?
Man, everybody like Mike. We indifferent about these people, respectfully. It's about the
policy
y'all
positions. You know what I mean, Trump, but they hate Biden. But yeah, we can be indifferent to that.
We can be. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And at the end of the day, man, if you're not in the stock market, you're really a bitch.
Whoa.
Yeah, nigga, you really you're really behind. Because the stock market ran up again today. All the space stocks went up. All the electricity, nuclear stocks that shot up. All the defense contractors banging on their chests. All the renewable battery, all you Biden people, y'all was supposed to be in renewables in 2021, remember? Oh yeah, that's right. It failed in 2023. Then it shot right back up a year since Trump has been office. That's what I'm saying, man. Whoever don't have a call option, invest in stocks, or you got some real estate adjacency, or maybe some cryptos, I don't know what the fuck you doing.
Yeah, just trade whatever.
I guess.
Trading. I got you, man. We're not talking about that right now.
All this shit bursts into play, my man.
Just mirror Trump's trade.
All you want to do is talk about the Epstein files, busy. You don't even be coming with no facts. You just be making like these conspiracy theory fucking points, and I hate even what that word means, or the way y'all use it, because y'all misuse that fucking
word. Bro, I didn't bring it up.
Yes, you fucking did, nigga.
That wasn't.
This whole conversation stemmed from some of the shit you were talking about.
That wasn't me, bro. Somebody said Biden's in there. We don't get to the Epstein files eventually, but that's like, I don't know.
Can we deal with the link up top? Y'all look at the link up top.
Like, I don't know if they're gonna do anything.
Bro, you just saying you don't know. It's okay, so you can mute up. But anybody look at.
Many of the people who voted for my husband can't look some people in the face and tell them you have no right to be angry or to do something that maybe is against your own interest. That's human nature. Many of the people who voted for my husband twice, Donald Trump, yeah. You know, it's a lot of people. So you can't just pigeonhole them and say you just don't care and you're racist or whatever in this economy. It's not me anymore, but I know those folks. and they're good people,
Bitches worth $100
and they
million.
don't have a way out, and that makes for bad decisions. Can't look some people.
Bad choices. Sounds like a cop out. Yeah, what do you think? Sounds like a cop out to me, what? I think you're trying to get the
sound like some bullshit running that same narrative the nigga was saying earlier, because that ain't what homie said on camera. Like, I'll say it again because me and Melly had this conversation earlier. He did not say that the American people finances isn't his concern. He said the American people's finances isn't his motivation behind his decision making in this war. Two completely fucking different statements. But maybe motherfuckers can't comprehend. And that's unfortunate for a motherfucker who's first lady, unless she clearly is running some propaganda narrative right now.
Well, they running the play, big dog, because all this shit is a play. Like, the funniest thing about it is I ask people all the time, when did you realize that the economy was shit? 2025 or 2023? When it was actually in shit.
God, what? 2027? Before Obama got in office, motherfuckers realized this shit was shit.
Bro, you know, 2027? You mean 07? 2007.
07, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm like, damn, nigga, that ain't even happening. But that's why I asked the question.
My friend.
I realized that the motherfucker was fucked up. Because the funniest thing about it is, I'm looking like,
My friend.
I look at the stock shit.
I'm about to go into Gary Baumgarten's room on Anonymous. We can do the Mystery Science Theater 3000 commentary on their communist, socialist, liberal, Democrat leanings. Hello?
Mess.
I just recreated this critical thinking forum, cloned it. Starts now. Gary Baumgarten should be coming online any moment now. We were listening to the waiting room. Did Trump keep his promises? MAGA deceived?
Johnson plant being built up in Wilson, North Carolina, sir.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
$2 billion. That's what I'm saying, bro.
$2 billion.
But all North Carolina.
And the funniest thing about it is, it's not a .com bubble because .com bubble didn't have plants being built up or infrastructure behind it. It was just really companies that just randomly came up, software companies that had overnighters. I don't see a bubble when you got really infrastructure play of utilities, substations, grid, EPC firms, liquefied natural gas, especially in Louisiana and Texas.
Some venture capitalized private equity motherfuckers.
You got Texas oil niggas making $12 a day.
That's a fact, Sean. Like, bro, the market and the economy is so confusing, especially with this, proclaimed bubble. Even though, a lot of economists would like to argue that there is still a bubble, it still needs to pop, But it's very interesting to see how many parts, like, not only still doing what they gotta do, but exponential, bro. There's like so much growth going on.
Yeah, man. Like I said, the money, and I'm telling you, man, they better hope that motherfuckers 401ks don't double in the next 24 months. They better hope that there ain't no new stock option billionaires, real estate developer billionaires off industrial. They better hope that people money's still fucked up. Because once they have interest rate cuts, debt tokenization with the Clarity Act, come on.
Hey, y'all better start collecting pennies, man. Y'all know that the U.S. stopped production of the pennies. I seen it in the gas station earlier today.
I'm telling you, man, the copper, anybody that's
So that means once they out of circulation, it's over with. If you ain't got something in the cut, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, copper wire, photonics is going to replace copper wire. Photonics is going to, please look up photonic stocks. That's the biggest niche right there that nobody's not talking about. That I noticed all these smart, super duper liberals that's supposed to be in tech. I'm a tech brother. I do cybersecurity. They ain't mentioned nothing about that. They're not mentioning about middleware technology or AI agents or agentic agents or robotics.
A lot of people think that the government and these corporations are going to use this technology to take over and implement some massive surveillance state. So you can't be mad at some people for not being so enthused.
Nigga, we already in a surveillance state.
I know you're about to say that we already in it, but we know it can improve and it can look a lot different than it does now. Let's not act like we right now, we at the end all be all, like this is the final stage. We know it can get way more serious than this, i.e. China. We know that. It can get a lot more serious. So you can't be mad that some people aren't excited about these corporations taking over and trying to implement artificial intelligence and everything else you just mentioned into our everyday lives. Some people are not excited about that. Some people don't want that. Some people don't mind a little AI here and there, but some people are not looking forward to a complete takeover where artificial intelligence and robotics and all this shit is just running everything.
And you say, and it ain't end of all be all. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap, nigga. I'm talking about what we know right now. If there was a wrap, then you wouldn't be talking about nothing that's gonna happen. It'll be already done. But it's more to
everybody whose hand is up, time permitting. Generally speaking.
Oh, we got the fucking Anon in the room. Motherfucking Anon.
Moved to the audience. This is not punitive in nature, but just an attempt to make it possible for me to maintain.
So funny, Gary is so cheap he doesn't have premium Clubhouse.
Person's talking at any given time. I don't know about you, but I, as your moderator, get lost. In fact, I get a headache, and I'm not here, even though I have a bottle of Tylenol in front of me for such occasions. I don't want to delve into it. So that's why we have sleeves and start a fight. It's because we have a question. So please take it as intended. So welcome to the Critical Thinking. With that, I'd like to also welcome Steve, Monsef the Maestro, Pirate Barry to the room, Liebel, Liz, and Brian, Denise, Mike, the ever-present Anon, Mortena, and Barbara. Welcome to the room.
Hey, Gary, it's me, Anon.
They're moving in on us, ladies and gentlemen. Moving in on us. Kerr, welcome to the room. I'm actually going to read my 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraph posting that I put to Facebook and other social media about today's topic as the opening salvo. I'm telling you this in advance to give you fair warning that the opening salvo will probably be shorter than it usually is. So feel free to join Agent and
thank God, Gary. Thank God. Because you usually give me a headache, Gary, and I got a bottle of Tylenol here prepared for your opening monologue.
Invite people up in mass any longer. No. I don't know how your weather is, but we finally got some good weather here. 79 degrees.
Let's talk about the weather.
Degrees. I actually went out and mowed my forest because it was overgrown, and the neighbors, I'm sure, were ready to call the homeowners association on me. And I thought at 79 degrees it would be difficult, but it wasn't. It was pretty easy, nice and breezy. And folks, we're now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We are here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. Today's topic is, would no deal actually be better? And I don't know if we're close to a deal. Hey, Howard, welcome to the stage. I don't know if we're close to a deal. One thing I have noticed, and you probably have as well, for once the administration is really consistent on its public pronouncements. And in fact, this thing may really be at the critical stage because the president has been relatively cautious in his postings, and he is going to hold a cabinet meeting at Camp David. This is very unusual, so that they can get into the nitty-gritty of the negotiations. And I haven't been posting a lot about all these little misses from the various news organizations about where the negotiations are now and who's saying what and what their response is, because first of all, they probably don't really know. And secondly, this is a long, slow fact, one courier takes it to another, who takes it to another, who takes it to another. I don't know how many couriers are in this blockchain before it finally reaches the IO. Or if it isn't acceptable, we'll have note. Which seems to be kind of a weird thing to say, because obviously either you're going to have a deal or you're not going to have a deal. But my point is very consistent. Now, most people, most pundits, most people who come up to the stage here today, and I think the sentiment on the stage is indicative of the body politic in the United States right now, because people are hurting economically. So they want a deal. This is what I wrote on Facebook, X, and Substack the other day that prompted the other day meeting yesterday after he said it. And this is what I wrote, and then I'm going to turn it over to you for your commentary on the question. While everyone else secretly is hoping for a deal, former National Security Advisor John Bolton is not. Bolton hopes the negotiations fail. He argues that each day of the ceasefire represents a reprieve for the regime, giving them time to reconstitute its military strength. He also believes each day makes it less likely there will be a quick day of reckoning over control of the Strait of Hormuz. Bolton argues the United States and Israel have done extensive damage to the Iranian regime, and that history will judge the ceasefire to be a colossal mistake. He wrote that yesterday. He said that yesterday during the top of the 6 o'clock newscast on CNN. Because I was going into work early because of the Memorial Day, my shift changed slightly. As I was waiting for the 6:18 train, I wrote this and I posted it. I posted it immediately after he wrote his comments during 6 o'clock. On my way home, I started my car, switched to the CNN on Sirius XM radio, and I heard Kimberly Dozier, their national security correspondent, being interviewed by the host of the hour, saying that in actual fact, Bolton's comments are echoed by members of the national security community that she knows and has been interviewed. And in fact, his assessment is accurate. Now, I'm not arguing in support or opposition to what Bolton is saying. I'm just saying those are the facts. This is what Bolton said yesterday, and then this is what Kimberly Dozier said about she reported on what the national security folks are telling her, that he's absolutely right about this. So I found it to be interesting, don't you, that Bolton is saying, no, America, you're wrong. A deal is horrible, and that if we continue on this trajectory, history will judge this as a colossal failure by the United States government. That they simply have the Iranian regime right where they wanted them, and then let up when they should not. And I suspect, whether it was correct or incorrect what the president has been doing, it was because of the domestic pressures. Because we're very easily pressured in a first world environment over inconveniences and the effects of those inconveniences on our daily budgets. Whereas in third world nations, they're so used to it that they kind of laugh at us. Some of them do anyway.
So with that introduction, and again, the question to sure is, would no deal actually be better, as Bolton suggests? I will start with Howard, followed by Marshall, and once again, folks, don't lose faith. Those of you who are raising your hand in the audience, I will get to you. Howard.
Thanks, Gary. Hope everyone's having a great Tuesday. Yeah, Gary, honestly, we got to think a little bit more on this because there's no doubt we, as a country, the United States, with the current situation with Iran, we are in a quagmire. We're stuck in the mud. And I'm not sure that there's really a great solution either way. Apparently, it appears that there's not. So, having a deal or not having a deal, I guess by not having a deal, it's more the current status quo. But it seems like things can flare up at any time. So, great question. I wish I had some better thoughts or initial insights on it, but I'm certainly interested to hear other perspectives and gain some learnings of this whole things.
Well, if you look at my Facebook post, you will see that Bob Day, who I've referred to several times on the stage here, the former congressman from Ohio, Republican, commented. And Bob was really, and Bob, by the way, is an expert on Iran. He speaks Farsi. He's been there. He's been there many times. He's known the various leaders of Iran when he was in Congress. And interestingly, I think I mentioned that when I travel to Detroit, I go through Ohio. I'll oftentimes Bob for a meal, and invariably we end up at a farce. So I really understands the situation. And he does not like Bolton. He did not like Bolton when he was in Congress. And his comments, and we all know that Bolton is a newcomer. That is true. And his comments were, Howard, John Bolton is never found a war to fight. And that actually may be true. I mean, I sure get that impression of John Bolton. But what Bolton is saying, to your point, I think, Howard, is we're in a quagmire because and now, as always, when there is a ceasefire involving Iran or one of its terrorist proxies, that gives them an opportunity to reconstitute. And, to quote Kitover, it's deja vu all over again. So I don't know as well which is the better tack to take, but just given my saying and face value, if you don't mind, is there some validity in your mind, Howard, to that argument?
What's being agreed to, or what other parties perhaps are also involved in ensuring that there is to an agreement it's being implemented.
By the way, as an aside, and I do not want to make this a topic of discussion, but I just want to bring it to everybody's attention in terms of what we know and what we don't know. The government is now floating the idea of making up the government before it's signed the NDA, not disclosed before the year. I'm not kidding. Remember NBC used to have the promo, the more you know? Well, I guess with this administration, it's the less you know. Now, I'm not saying that applies, like you're saying about that to negotiations. Obviously, these type of negotiations necessarily should be conducted behind closed doors. And obviously, decisions about the deployment of military 100% ought not be disclosed. Unless it's to their advantage, so that's up to them. I don't believe in disclosing anything that points to our forces potentially in harm's way. I think we have a responsibility to not to disclose those things, even if we don't. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out as an aside. because you're absolutely right. You know, this is a recurring theme as we try to suss things out here in critical thinking forum. We don't really know. That's true. Thank you, Howard. But then, you know, then if we're wrong, in retrospect, we have a jail card, Howard. Because that's right, no. So, that is some bad history. Thank you, Howard. Marshall followed by Allen. Marshall.
They see those who are going to do this. They're not. They see those who are going to do this. They're not worth their word. I think not having one not worth their word. I think not having one just allows too much. It's going to get a nuclear weapon. We're going to clear out the Middle East. Yeah, we're probably not scientific with that. So we're not scientific with that. So of course that could respect it, and I suppose would make you feel if you can. If you're running and send us something that says get the hell out of the Middle East and by the way we're taking nuclear bombs, then that's obviously not something the United States would possibly agree to.
Thank you, Marshall. Allen followed by Alyssa. Marshall. Allen followed by Alyssa. Allen always gets these folks who don't know there's a one-man band operating a retail store. Customers have to come first. I told him this a million times. Hey there. He will let us know when he is back because this is his area of expertise. Okay.
I agree with all the things after the China visit. You know how he came back and he was like so, I came back and he was like so happy. I think he just never want to piss off that the Chinese president here because he being killed with it and China does not want to like take out Iran. And he that's because he's gone like radio silent. He's been like transparent about everything since he's been in office. And then all of these that are still working for him, the Department of War, they're like, you cannot negotiate with these people. It's across the world. They've tried for years. And these are generals, so that it's not possible. But yeah, once they're retired, that's what he said.
Hope you don't get deported from Mexico, he said.
Well, and not negotiation. He's forcing that, not negotiation. And it's not a strategy. I don't think there's a strategy because he's not being open about it with us. And I think China has something to do with this and his visit there. And I know he does care about people, and if people doesn't want to take out anybody that's not radical, and there's a lot there. But he says they can locate anybody anywhere. So why don't we take out Mr. Sphere's junior Ayatollah man?
Thank you for that, Alyssa. Now, New York is so important, a community that we've named it twice. And it's sort of like the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Boutros Ghali, or Sirhan. Today,
if you remember, Gary, I don't want to sidetrack everything. There was a lady in our previous program. Her name was Liz. She's in your neighbor, I think. Both of you from New Jersey.
I know Liz very well. Actually, she popped up when we were doing our little experiment on Facebook. Right.
But she is on the club today. and she doesn't have nothing. I tried club day. I couldn't. I didn't know the name is stated, so automatically. I'm speaking of at least behalf of 80 million Iranians, which they are extremely disappointed, heartbroken. They are still screaming, and I don't know when the world is gonna get it. But I'm sorry. The whole thing is tangled based on the money. Who makes this? Who can take over Iran, regardless of what the situation is? Who can take over, and how much these outsiders can milk Iran for another 47 years, 43 years? And Iranian, they said, and they start from there and rebuild everything. Gary, you cannot deny this. Any situation, it's going to be 3-4 generations until Iran come back to 47 years ago. Not like today. It's not going to happen. It's not going to jump to today's situation. It's going to be 40, probably 3 generations. If you guys, I had 2 calls today. $500,000 toman. $500,000 toman. When I left Iran, $1 was equal to 7 toman. Today, $1 is almost 198,000 toman. They paid $500,000 for a 1 gig internet. This is, don't do that. People are dying for it. They got paid for many years for a day like this. No deal. Get rid of this regime, or for another 47 years, the world, especially the Middle East, gonna pay a big price for it. I don't know in what language. And this is what I want. It wasn't in my talk. It was the conversation I had with one of my old friends she lives very close to the place got hit yesterday. Last night they hit Bandar Abbas pretty good. They destroyed few ships. It was a successful attack. Nobody had any damage on the civilian, and only the ships got hit. The airport over there got hit, which was a success anyway. And then there was another friend in Tehran, and he's been in a bad situation for almost 6-7 months. They raped his home. They beat him. They hit him so bad. They kicked his balls so bad, and he is almost crippled. And now they said because of you didn't join the pray on the lunch pray, because he's a teacher at the school. So they cut his salary. They put him on the leave of absence, and he doesn't know what the hell he wants to do. Every once in a while he get on the internet, because only email people can communicate with the email. But that expensive things I told you, for 1 gig or 2 gig, you have to pay almost $500,000 to 1 million toman to just say to people, hey, I'm fine, we are fine, we are not hurt, and give a peace of mind to the family, right?
The contrast, Alan, it just shows that perspectives are so different. And I'm not being critical of the perspectives of people. I'm just saying the perspectives are so different. The president is under immense pressure right now to wrap this up because of the economic pain it's causing in the United States. And he's getting that from both the Democrats who are beating up on him and the Republicans who are concerned about how it might affect the midterm elections. So he's in this squeeze and he's got all of this pressure on him. And on the other hand, what I just heard you say, Alan, is that people welcome the bombs that puts them in harm's way in Iran just to get rid of this evil regime. So we're crying about $5 a gallon at the pump or whatever we're paying, depending on where you are in the country. And they're complaining about a regime that's killing them to the point where they would accept the possibility that they might be martyred by an American or Israeli bomb designed to get rid of this regime. It's just mind-boggling
to the T. You nailed the situation so good. I don't think so I'll be able to explain like that in 100 years. As you said, it's a two perspective. One, it's hanging out by the thread for their life. They are ready to die because they said, enough is enough. We have two choices, either die or get rid of this regime. But over here, and you think the regime of Iran, they don't know, they have people, ears all over this country. They are reporting every second to them, and they're taking advantage of this situation. And that's the whole thing is, they said, I remember I was in the college, and when this regime came, people of Iran says, oh, don't worry, they're leaving. Finally, they come up and they said, we didn't come in here as a guest, we're not leaving. And they knew, and they know, in system here is every 4 years. The next guy comes, the whole situation changed. We saw that. I don't need to explain to you guys. And my position, I understand both sides. I'm living in the same situation you guys live, and I'm hearing this stuff is over there. And to be honest with you, I'm getting torn apart. It looks like a two element grabbing me and it's splitting me from her.
Well, you pay me a lot of money to be your spokesman, so that's why every dime of it worth every penny. Thank you. I'm available, folks, if you need me to speak on your behalf. There you go. There's a testimonial from Alan. Andrew, followed by Les.
Good afternoon, Gary. I hope you had a good long weekend.
It was okay. The weather sucked, but it's beautiful now. And you know what? I said before we started that I was out mowing the lawn. Mm-hmm. I actually enjoyed it because I was out in the sun for a little bit. It's nice. I almost took the show outside. I might still do it before we're done. I might just walk outside and do the rest of the show outside. It's so delightful.
Do it from your balcony if you have one. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a naysayer. I've been one, and that's a little pun there. What was his name? Bob Ney, did you say? Is that the gentleman you were speaking of?
Anyway, I'm sorry. The naysayer on who?
Is Bob Ney, is that the guy that you were just...
Yeah, Bob Ney, former congressman.
I don't want to be a naysayer.
Oh, I get it. Bada boom, bada bing. Good one.
But I would say this. I think one of the cards that Iran has always had is that they understand that the United States population would not support ground troops in Iran. And that being the case, I don't know how long they could hold out with full blockade. Eventually you're going to run out of military targets in terms of bombing. Then what do you bomb? Then you start looking at civilian infrastructure, and that has a whole connotation in terms of war crimes, etc. So I think that's something that they've realized, that the only way that this could be successful for no terms, or terms that would be unconditional, would be for the United States to actually put boots on the ground. So I don't think there's a choice right now, and I don't know what kind of, we've seen, support coming in from Russia through the Caspian Sea, and I don't know what kind of ground routes are available on the west side or east side of Iran into Iran that would support any kind of sea blockade. But because I just don't know enough about that kind of stuff. However, I think the United States has to make a deal. It's not going to be the deal that they did have. Mr. Trump tore up, it's going to be more in Iran's favor. But short of going in with actual troops, I don't see how you could have no deal. You can't stay there forever in that Gulf, bobbing around in the sea. It costs too much for the United States population. Don't support this thing. Go away. So I think Mr. Trump has found himself in a difficult position, one of his own making. I don't believe that they had an imminent threat to build and launch a nuclear weapon at this particular point in time. Whether or not that was a year down the road or how long, I don't know. But maybe that his insistence on doing it now, I think, was a mistake. But we shall see. But yeah, I think that's really the card that Iran is holding on to. Short of going in there and uprooting this regime, I don't know how you can get rid of it from the air or from a simple blockade. It's just, there's too much pain. And I understand the dichotomy between the pain that, quote unquote, the West is suffering in regards to prices of oil and fertilizer, etc., and the pain that the population of Iran is suffering with the existence of this regime for the last 47 years. It's heartbreaking, but I don't know how you could get the population here in the West on side to actually put people on the ground to uproot this regime. Maybe if they hadn't done this before Iraq, that might have been a thing. But after 20 years of Iraq and Afghanistan, and of course I know what the political situation was with the 9/11, etc., Iraq was definitely a big mistake. It was a divergence from what they should have been doing, which was Afghanistan in the first place. But maybe had they gone into Iran rather than Iraq, that might have been something that people would have supported in Iran. It's obvious, not like in Iraq and Afghanistan, perhaps. But anyway, those are my thoughts, Gary. Thanks very much.
So with regard to your last point, I was on the record at the time, and Alan was there, he can attest to it, because my veracity has been challenged a little bit recently. And that is, I said at the time, I asked an expert from the Council on Foreign Relations, who I was interviewing on this show in its previous iteration on a different platform. I said, isn't this a miscalculation to take out Saddam? Because Saddam was a counterbalance to the Iranian regime. And he told me, well, what I'm talking about. Turns out I was right. I may not have been an expert, but in this instance, maybe like a broken clock, just coincidentally, I was right and he was wrong, even though he was the expert. I think that's a very valid point. I wanted to ask you, let's just say for the sake of discussion, Andrew, your assessment is correct that we were not facing an imminent weaponization of the nuclear program. And you said, well, maybe 2 years, let's say 4, let's say 5, it doesn't really matter. If we were to project to 5 years down where they got to the point where they really were a threat, what would be different in terms of the engagement then than we see today? Wouldn't we be faced with the same set of circumstances, an expansive, mountainous, mature region that Americans do not want to go boots on the ground? So what's the difference?
Well, I don't know, Gary. I would say this, that the way that this particular operation was constructed, there was no validation of it to the American people or to the world. It's just on the word of the president at the time that they were an imminent threat. Even his own security people, the national security lady that resigned or was fired or whatever, I can't remember her name off the top of my head. She even indicated that, or maybe it was a gentleman, I can't remember, indicated that there was no imminent threat. So I think that right away turn people away from this being a valid exercise. I use those, words. But had they come with evidence, real evidence, that they were imminently prepared to build and launch a nuclear weapon. Launch, I think, is the key word. Then I think you would have had more support behind it. If that becomes the case down the road, I think there might be more support to actually put boots on the ground. Yes, there would be a lot of bloodshed, and it would be hard. But I think the difference is that there's a whole population there, a large population there, that would rise up with those boots on the ground in support of the American troops or the international troops or whatever might go in. At this point in time, the American people are not for it, and I don't know how you can reverse that. And I think it's because they weren't transparent about it. I think, and they had so many different reasons. First it was that, then it was another thing, then it was another thing, regime change, all these things came out. But it just didn't seem very well orchestrated to prove the reasoning to go to this extent. So that's my thought. I don't know.
Well, we know that this president Andrew is not particularly diplomatic, and that he pissed off, and he continues to piss off, by the way. I have a story that I posted to the main chat today also about withdrawing our military commitment to NATO. It's an important read, in my opinion. So he was not as successful, I don't even know that he tried, as was George W. Bush in putting together a coalition of the willing, as he called it, because he couldn't. He just didn't have the relationship. He sullied the U.S. relationship with those entities. People came to the stage here to argue this is a good thing because we're wasting our money and they're not amping up as they're supposed to. And support, I don't know whether there could be worldwide support, but if there was worldwide support, it might be a different situation today. I think that's a valid point. I just want to slightly correct what you said. You were referring to Tulsi Gabbard, and she did not, Andrew, explicitly say there was no imminent threat, but as the Director of National Intelligence, she declined to publicly confirm when pressed the White House assessments of the Iranian near possession of nuclear weapons. So, I don't know. That may be a minor.
There was a guy there too that resigned not too long ago, maybe a month or so ago. I can't remember his name, but he was a quote unquote MAGA in the administration. I don't remember what his role was. Maybe somebody else does. But he came out and actually disputed that assessment.
Yeah, I don't know who to be referring to, so I can't confirm or deny that. I'll take it at your word. Thank you, Andrew. We'll go to Les, followed by our mates.
First of all, the MAGA people, to a great extent, they were for him because he was the guy who was going to get us out of Afghanistan and keep us out of foreign wars. So it's not, so their assessment, the people you're talking about, their assessment of Iran involvement was isolationist anyway. And if they get a bomb in a year, or that is we have to cut that off now. It's sort of like you can't just let things fester. We tried that with North Korea, and they played us with time, and that's exactly what Iran is doing. I don't know, I'm not a military guy, and I don't have any background there, and I don't have any secret information about what our military stockpiles were, and it made sense to. We needed to catch our breath and get more, anti-missile missiles and that sort of thing. But I wouldn't trust Iran to keep their word, and certainly we have to keep the end in mind, and we can't have them have nuclear weapons. And we have to have our freedom in the Strait of Hormuz, because so much oil. This idea, by the way, that they can't get to the guy to sign to okay on the earth. We say, well, okay, I'll now that I know exactly what your bottom line is, now I can't say yes or no, but I'll take it to the guy that can. And if you don't have someone that can agree, that's a good way to get screwed in a negotiation. I didn't read that in Art of a Deal, but it certainly is something that has been again used for hundreds of years as leverage in a negotiation. Thank you.
So, Les, if that assessment is accurate, then the words of John Bolton start to echo in my head a little bit, because his argument is that they keep resisting a conclusion of the war to give them an opportunity to arm themselves. I don't know, maybe that's part of the deal, that they claim that it's difficult to get the Ayatollah Khamenei to sign off on the latest comma or semicolon in the document in order to just obfuscate and cause the kind of delays that Bolton is speaking of. I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm just wondering, based on what you just said, would you believe so?
The bottom line is they're doing what North Korea did. They are playing for time.
Yeah, and there are many ways of doing it. I mean, didn't the North Vietnamese argue over the shape of the negotiating table in order to buy for time? You're right. There are tactics such as that. And so when we see those tactics in play, I think it's prudent to maybe try to analyze why they are in play. And that was my suggestion anyway. Thank you, Les. Armaze followed by Agent.
Thank you. Good afternoon or evening, everyone, or good morning, depending where you're at. I think no deal would actually be better, because if we just set the effect, the mindset that we're not going to get anything out of this, we're not going to be surprised, right? And we should also think that there's nothing that they could tell us that we should believe. I mean, exactly what we do, they're going to do, right? We're not going to tell the enemy or whatever, what we're going to do. So, absolutely, no deal is better. At least we're in control that way. Thank you, Kerry.
The former President Obama said himself the other day that I was able to stop their nuclear proliferation in Iran and didn't have to fire one bullet. That's what he said. On the other hand, there are a lot of people, many of whom come to this stage, who have said the JCPOA was a horrible deal, was a sellout, it allowed them to reconstitute subterfugely, and et cetera, et cetera. I don't know, and you don't know, obviously, neither of us do, that if there is a deal reached, whether it in the aggregate could be assessed as positive or negative, and I'm certain that if a deal is real, we'll say he has no idea what he's doing, he sent amateurs in there, we got. Nobody's going to be totally satisfied with whatever deal comes out. A lot of people will be very dissatisfied, maybe rightly or wrongly. And maybe their motivations are valid, or maybe their motivations are just that they don't like Donald Trump. I don't know. But I think to suggest today that whatever deal that they might reach would not be a good one is a little naive, because we have no idea. What we do know about what they're telling us, and you're right, we don't know what to believe when they say these things, but the administration is absolutely consistent on this line. No dust, no deal. And what they mean by the dust is the enriched plutonium. The dust. No dust, no deal. Now, to their credit, they're not specific on what that means. It could mean that Iran, under the watchful eyes of whoever, maybe the IAEA, maybe the United States, I don't know, maybe a third party, disposes of the enriched plutonium, and it's verified. Maybe it means the United States or Israel procuring the enriched plutonium. Did I mispronounce plutonium a minute ago? The enriched plutonium. Maybe it involves Russia or China, as they have offered, or another third party procuring the enriched plutonium. Interestingly, and I don't know whether there's a relationship with what we are discussing this or not, the administration came up with what is on the surface a brilliant proposal, and that is to repurpose plutonium in nuclear warheads for the building of nuclear energy plants. Now, I don't know the physics of all that, but I thought that at least on the surface, sounded pretty brilliant. Anyway, Armaze, if you want to respond to my pushback a little bit on you here, that'd be...
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just, I am so done with us being at war there that it's like, let's just take no deal. We'll set the terms, and then we'll be happy.
Well, I think the presupposition, at least of Bolton's comments, is no deal so that we can go back to war. So, but you just said you're sick and tired of war, so I'm not sure you're assessing the question the same way as it was intended when I proposed it. And that may have been a failing on my part. I don't understand how no deal means no war, as you have suggested.
Well, if I guess what I was saying is, let's pull out, right? Let's take no deal, and let's take on another strategy.
What would that strategy be?
War. We could do sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and they didn't work. What else?
Oh, we could do other types of sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and it didn't work. What else?
The third type of sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and they don't work. What else?
Okay, then the 10th sanctions.
You're missing the point, which is your suggestion that we should move on to another tactic is a tactic we've tried. It doesn't work. I don't understand why you would make a suggestion to solve a problem with a tactic that doesn't actually solve the problem. And you know it doesn't solve the problem, so I don't understand why you're recommending it.
The war is not going to solve the problem either.
Well,
okay.
Let's look at this for a second, Armaze, because you're a pacifist, and I respect that. You are consistently on the stage arguing against wars. That's great. I'm with you. I don't want wars either. Let me ask you the question. If we say hands off, and they develop nuclear weapons, and they turn those nuclear weapons the realm of possibility, would you have affected, if you were in charge, your philosophy of you don't want any more wars? Would that have been a positive way of getting to no wars when it actually resulted in nuclear warfare potentially?
I didn't really understand the question.
Okay. Let me try to rephrase it, and I'm
So
going to
I'm
move on.
but
The question
I'm
is,
not,
correct me if I'm wrong in my assumptions.
sending
I'm
you
speaking on your behalf.
pictures
You
of my
have
credit card.
consistently said on the stage, you're basically a pacifist,
Send
correct?
but I'm not sending pictures of
Okay,
my credit
fine.
card.
So I didn't misstate that.
But I will certainly.
And you say no wars. Let's
But
just
I will
pull up
certainly
states and
treat
leave
you.
and try
Treat you.
to contain them
Treat
by
you.
other means, as means that are as yet to be articulated. Correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So this is going to be a what if. What if President Armays gives the order for us to withdraw, no mas on the wars, and everybody, you get the Nobel Peace Prize for it because you ended the wars. And then, as a result of that, Iran reconstitutes its nuclear weapons program and then fires the bomb at Tel Aviv and or Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Would you have considered your decision in retrospect?
They don't work. So what are you left with after you've tried everything peaceful?
Okay. Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm still against war.
I'm not saying you have to be for war. I wasn't asking that. I was asking all the things that are peaceful that you could do to try to move them. We've done. If they don't work, what does that mean that you have left?
I think we need to explore to see what we can create.
Not what I asked you. Once you take violence and non-violence on the same table, and you try all the non-violent things, and they don't work, what are you left with?
Nothing. I agree with what you're saying, but I know for a fact we have not tried everything there is to try.
Okay, why have we not tried? If you're so well versed in Iranian American policy and our ability to persuade Iran to not get nuclear weapons, what is the stuff we've tried? What is the stuff we haven't tried?
I'll give you an example. We won't let the Iranian team, the football team, stay in the U.S. So Claudia, Mexico, told him, yeah, you can come stay with us here in
Well, that's not exactly a proper recitation of what happened. What happened was they decided they did not want to reside their team in the United States. And for whatever reason, it had to do, I believe, with display of a flag or something like that. I understand their position. And they decided to decamp before they actually camped the United States. And they made the unilateral decision to move their headquarters to Mexico. And the president of Mexico then said they are welcome there. That's not quite the way you presented it. I just want to make sure that we are factual in the way we present it. So there's a nuance different, and I think this nuance different is very significant from the way you just presented. But how does that stop them from developing a nuclear weapon? Okay, no answer. I'm going to...
Gary, can I say something?
Of course.
But I sent you it's a video from a news media outlet from Mexico, from TikTok, and it clearly shows Claudia saying, you can look at it. It clearly says the United States would not let the Iranian team stay there.
Okay, but she said they were welcome after they made the decision to move to Mexico. So again, the question I have, and then we'll go back to Alan for a second, is what does that have to do where the Iranian team stages? I mean, it's a 3-country event, the World Cup.
Yes.
So the 3 countries are hosting it. So they could have decided to go to Canada. It doesn't really matter. What does that have to do with our discussion today? That kind of allusion.
It's the Iranian team, right? And the U.S. We should keep we
we have told many people keep politics out of sports. I mean, we told LeBron James. That's a good argument to be made if that's what we're discussing. But the discussion criticism, you say that in the context of the question that Marshall asked you, what can be done to prevent Iran, short of war, from obtaining nuclear weapons? And you talk about the World Cup? Well, I will say this, right? I'm not a politician, so I'm not versed to that level in politics. So I'm only using common sense. And my common sense as a carpenter tells me there's other things we should be able to do other than war. Okay, I'm going to give you an assignment, as I have in the past. Your assignment this time, Hermes, is if you can come up with an alternative. I am relatively confident. I'm not saying that I have a direct line to the Oval Office, but I'm relatively confident that I know how to get a legitimate proposal to the attention of the executive branch. I do. I can. If you came up with something that really gets us out of this question of war or no war, to stop a war, which is basically what we're discussing, because you're just talking concepts here. When Marshall tries to pin you, you can't, and that's fine. But if you can come up with something, I will, if it's a legitimate, doable solution, I will get it into the hands of somebody in the executive branch. Is that a deal? That's a deal. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Alan?
Yes, sir. I'm amazed everybody's saying. I agree with Hermes, what he says. No deal, but find the solution. But nobody's suggesting this. I think the only things can give 100% result is supporting Iranian. Don't tell me this sophisticated world with all this equipment, everything is possible in their hand. They cannot support the 80 million people which they against the regime. Come on, we saw this in the past in many countries. They had lot less supporters and they were success. But this is how it is. Only way, support Iranian by any way you can. And I think ultimately is weaponize them and they take care of everything. It makes their life so easy for each individual of you. And then it's going to happen. But nobody is paying attention to that. I don't know what is in there because that's what Iranian is asking. They said, we don't want you to do anything. All we need your support. That's it. And don't tell me this sanction it can be. If we cannot stop China to milk Iran, if we cannot annihilate them to the highest extent, and then Mr. Trump came out of sudden, says, you guys go and we are back you up. And then send all this shit, all this equipment over there. They're sitting in every American, they claim, $14 billion a day it's cost. This is not. Just put them, plan together, help and as you said, I think you said something about what Obama said. He was the cause. It's nuclear advancement. Who built Natanz? Natanz built after all this deal Mr. Obama had with Iran. The health department, it's going to give you 2 weeks advance. They can't come and check your restaurant, or they're just going to walk in. They're just going to walk in. Obama made it 3 weeks advance. We give you a notice, we're going to come check you. These people are all guilty of our lives. Back to you, Gary. I don't know. Help Iranian. Find a way to help Iranian. Don't tell me this advanced world, they cannot come up with the solution. They can help 80 million people get rid of the murder, them jailed, put them raping. Jesus Christ.
Well, you probably came closer to the real solution to all this than anybody has on the stage, but I don't really want to discuss it right now. But there probably is something going on if I channel Tom Clancy. I can see what may be going on behind the scenes. So I could be wrong, but I think you came very, very close to revealing the scenario of the fictional account of this, and I'm hard at work at it. Agent followed by William.
Hi. I'm curious for you to say more. Like, do you think there'll just be more replacement of the leadership in Iran so the actual deal can go through?
Oh, you picked up on it, didn't you? So the reality is the Israelis had showed was Hezbollah. They showed was Hamas. And now they're showing with Hezbollah. And they showed during a period of time with Iran that the tactic of playing wackadoodle, which I don't mean to make light of it, it's people's lives. And people will argue that it's, against international law. I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, and I'm not saying I propose it. What I'm talking about, what I suggest is probably the scenario, is exactly that. You keep, nobody wants to be the next one to get promoted because they know that they're going to get you. Why do you think they're doing this? Yes. It would not be beyond the realm of possibility that the Israelis already know. For God's sakes, when that war attacks came from Israelis who had been in country for years, we're talking about a country that's fighting for its own existence, and they're going to do what they need to do to stay alive. And the U.S. and Israeli policies in alignment sometimes, but sometimes they're cross-purposed. The president is worried about the midterms. The prime minister is worried about whether there's going to be a mushroom-shaped cloud hanging over Israel. Totally different perspectives. If you, or not you, but if one were to think that the Israeli approach to this should be expected to be the same as the U.S. approach, notwithstanding the tremendous support the United States gives Israel militarily, and notwithstanding the ability the United States has to tell Israel you can do this or you can't do that, you lose some of your sovereignty when you accept the money. This is exactly why Netanyahu said a few weeks ago that we want to work to the point where we no longer need the largesse of the United States, so that Israel can do what's in Israel's best interest, and the United States can do what's in the United States' best interest. And more times than not, there'll be an alignment there, but not always, especially when it comes to tactics. Not always. And the Israelis are really good at finding where these folks are. And I'm not going to say that I have any inside information, but I will say I am far from not believing the Israelis know where the Ayatollah Khamenei is right now, that they can reach out and touch any time that they want. And what's been constraining them is Trump. And I'm not criticizing Trump. He's doing what he thinks is best for him in the United States. But Netanyahu, and by the way, for everybody who's got their crosshairs, not physical crosshairs, political crosshairs, pointed at Netanyahu, if you think that there would be a substantial change in Israeli body politic with regard to protecting the homeland, if Netanyahu, the evil Netanyahu, was removed from office and somebody less aggressive becomes prime minister, I got a bridge to Brooklyn I'm happy to sell you.
Yeah, what you say makes sense. I think there's basically two countries against Iran right now, and then there's a lot of sort of the regional countries. I think mostly just want stability, but also they're certainly wary of Iran for a bomb. Like it basically will cause an absolute shit show if Iran gets a bomb. You can argue Israel, sure it came from Netanyahu or his close associates. Israel, sure it came from Netanyahu or his close associates. We cannot have Iran getting a bomb because they will nuke us one way or another. That we believe this is the case. It's almost an absolute or too high a risk. And the only tool we have to prevent it is to nuke them. And we will, if it's close enough or if they have it, we will use the only tool we have to stop them from getting the bomb. Come hell or high water, because we're almost screwed anyway. Even Pakistan is apparently, I need confirmation on this, but in this analysis, Pakistan's already pledged that if Israel nukes Iran, then Pakistan will nuke Israel. That was new information to me. So,
between Iran and Pakistan,
right. That seems like a big problem. To me, I'd like to understand that more and why the U.S., for instance, is willing to tolerate that. But yeah, essentially, that would not be good, right? So it just becomes this cascading, like World War I became this cascade of alliances that then kicked off this crazy war. And it seems like that is what we were looking at with Iran going for the bomb. They are an insane regime. I think to Alan talked about the Iranian people. I have many dear friends who are Persian, and I am very sympathetic. I want all the good things for the Iranian people. They had a chance, even the last few years, they've been given many chances. Even the revolution they had, the Shah was at least our boy there, right? He got overthrown. My understanding by both the far left and the far right at the time, but the far right dominated and probably crushed the far left after that. And now you have IRGC, and that's been bad. These people look at all the terror they sponsored in the region, and they just want to they see themselves as we are the Persian Empire, we are, and we should have the nukes and we should dominate. And Israel's a problem. Israel's the little Satan. U.S. is the big Satan that supports them, and it's their mission to destroy them. If they could just be reasonable, we could all live in peace. They could just be, they're great people. They could be flourishing, just doing business. They renegotiated when they got rid of the Shah. They're hey, we want more of our oil sales. That would be fine, but where we are now, look, I think we have two competing interests though now. The U.S. is in a marriage with Israel. They're willing to, but it's still, they're very robust in how they are organized. So I think the long term though is the U.S. is going to, and then Israel will be left to continue. And yeah, using the means that you're suggesting, using direct bombing, they're just going to have to be more aggressive. But their goal, it's two competing goals, because the U.S. I think just wants stability and peace at some level, and Israel wants to really crush. They're not willing to just oh yeah, you handed over the nuclear stuff and it's done. I think at this point they want to keep Iran a rump state. They don't care if it looks like God. It's almost like that's the end state. I think of anyone who opposes Israel at some level is you're going to become Gaza. And
hold on a second here. It's not opposing Israel at some level. It is using your terrorist network to kill Jewish people in Israel. And if you're going to do that, then you're going to get the wrath of God to come down upon you. That's the Israeli perspective. They're not threatening people who oppose them in some manner. They're not, all this propaganda out there. I'm not saying that you are a proponent of the propaganda. But all this propaganda about Israel expansionism and all this kind of stuff, I understand that there's a dispute in particular over the West Bank and how that is being managed. And I think that is a legitimate discussion to have. But they're not taking over Egypt. They're not taking over Jordan. They're not taking over Saudi Arabia. No, in fact, they are reaching out to their Arab neighbors and they're trying to get them, with the help of the president, the way he's doing it is horrible. And it should be a public pronouncement to get them to join the Abraham Accords, because the leaders of these nations recognize, as you point out, that if we all get along and we're all in trade with one another, everybody benefits. But if you are going to have your proxies in Gaza come over on October the 7th and commit an atrocity that on a per capita basis was far greater than 9/11, and one in which people were being, well, we know what happened to all the people. I don't have to repeat all the horrible things that happened to the victims who were gathered, many of them, at a peace concert, for God's sake. So, no, I think you have to be a little more cautious, if you don't mind, in your articulation, because that's not a fair representation of the policy happening.
You also implied that Israel could publish the nuclear weapon of God. Where's that?
No, I don't know what's going on public.
But you said that Israel would use a nuclear weapon on Iran.
Come and say, I made sure of Iran doesn't get hands on the nuclear weapon. How come he didn't say that? They can be negotiated.
No, I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. Yeah, I think it's horrible that Pakistan got the nuke, and that India got the nuke, and that North Korea got the nuke, and that Russia got the nuke, and that China got the nuke. So I don't think anyone should have it.
One of the analogies that you've heard, you mean the online bullshit that's going on right now.
Why are we even giving him airtime? Seriously, why are we giving this guy airtime? He's a clown, he's a troll, and he's taking us off topic.
You're a little sensitive here. Look, I'm very sympathetic to the pro-Israel position. I'm extremely.
Doesn't sound it.
Yeah, I doubt that.
It's interesting because the person who told me this claims to be Israeli, but anyway.
There's your analysis right there. So there's your analysis there. Your analysis comes from somebody who claims to be Israeli, saying that Israel would use the nuclear weapon. I can tell you for sure that the Israelis have no desire to put radioactive dust over the Middle East.
They don't want it. It's just existential, defensive move.
Okay. Thank you.
And Gary, also, this agent, this gentleman claimed he knows a lot of Persian friends. And all of them, they are saying this. I was wondering if you ever asked them, no Persian, I promise you my life on this, no Persian is going to say, this regime are Iranian.
Gary, that was
this regime, they are not Iranian.
That was a bunch of propaganda trope that we unfortunately just had to put 5 minutes to just now.
Okay. but I think he exposed himself. Thank you for that. I think Agent will go to William, followed by David.
Hey, you know, the purpose, as I understand it, of having nuclear weapons is as a deterrent. As far as I know, and I could be wrong, Israel has never formally even announced that it has a nuclear weapon. People assume that Israel has a nuclear weapon, but my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that they never announced that they have a nuclear weapon.
Maybe that plant is really not a nuclear plant, but they're just claiming it's nuclear. And
No. That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm not saying that they do or they don't.
No, I'm just saying maybe they don't. We don't know. We don't know for sure. And they've done any underground testing?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
However, to get back to what I was saying, the purpose of a nuclear threat, as I understand it, is as a deterrent for other people, from other people, to attack your sovereignty. That's my understanding of what the rationale is for the nuclear weapons. Not because you're advocating to go into another country and light them up with an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb, but just as a deterrent from others not to do so to you.
Right, and so you do not hear Israel say, we want to wipe Iran off the map.
Agreed.
But we hear Iran and its proxies say, we want to wipe Israel off the map because they believe that the Israelis illegally hold their land, which is not their land. That's what they believe.
They spread through proxies and in their own IRGC a web of basically terrorist armies throughout or groups throughout the Middle East.
Right.
So that kills right there the argument which we have heard on the stage here. Well, if Israel has the right to have the nuclear weapon, why shouldn't Iran?
Because Iran is not Israel. And Iran is not the United States. And Iran is not China or Russia, all of whom we presume would do everything in its power to avoid nuclear Armageddon. These are people whose religious belief is Armageddon.
It's my understanding
that. So why would you give them the tools of Armageddon?
I certainly would choose not to do so.
Right.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding actually that the previous Ayatollah, who's dead now, who's recently dead, actually had a fatwa against employing nuclear weapons. He wanted to destroy Israel for sure and wipe Israel, the little Satan, and America, the big Satan, off the map, but not through. He wasn't advocating to do so through nuclear weapons. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but that the younger replacement may be more radical than the older one. And again, that's beyond my level of expertise. I'm just repeating what I heard reported. But the use as a deterrent, Iran has learned, or actually demonstrated that they have another deterrent to protect their sovereignty. And that deterrent is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which they can pretty much do inexpensively with the conventional weapons that they have, with mines, with drones, with missiles. They can shut that down when they please, when they want. And they've demonstrated that to the world. So that they can knock off, they can hold hostage the world economy. And they have a weapon of deterrence that's a non-nuclear weapon. Again, I would love to see these guys out of power. I think they're oppressive. I'm not a fan of authoritarian theocracies, and actually they not just authoritarian, but people that say that everybody has to believe what they believe, and that just really brutal forms of oppression that the Iranian people have suffered. And I don't know what that is.
And if the Iranian people can tell us how we can help, that would be wonderful. And so I'd love to see this theocracy out of power so that the Iranian people who don't want to live under this regime, who don't want the theocracy, can take their country back and get this, from what I understand, this foreign implant out of power in their country. Once that's done, I think we will find that the successor can't be worse. It's got to be better. So that's the only way. And as far as this talk about nuclear dust, that's silly. You were using the term. I think they have 60% enriched uranium, which is different than plutonium. And I put some articles in the chat about the difference between atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs. And they're used in different ways. And like an atomic bomb is the first stage of setting off a hydrogen bomb, which is the difference between fusion and fission. And you can take a look at the article, but uranium is not the same as plutonium. And I think what they have is enriched uranium. I think Trump doesn't understand what he's talking about because neither of those things are nuclear dust. The closest thing I can think of this nuclear dust is the yellow cake uranium, which is a early stage in refinement for making a more potent enriched uranium. But that's the business about dust, I think, just reflects a lack of understanding.
Did I say plutonium when I should have said uranium?
You did.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't realize I did that. He is referring, when he says no dust, no deal, to the surrender or destruction of highly enriched uranium. And I misspoke, and I appreciate you correcting me on that. With regard
I'm not faulting you. I mean, you're not.
I'm not saying you are. If I misspoke, I'm going to be corrected. I don't want to be wrong. So you're correct that Ali Khamenei did issue a long-standing fatwa that declared that the production, stockpiling, and use of nuclear weapons is forbidden under Islamic law. But and it is also true that Mujtaba, who is his son, is never reaffirmed this decree, and he's seen as a hardliner. In other words, stronger on the issue than his dead dad. But even that fatwa, if they issued a long-standing fatwa that declared the production, stockpiling, and use of nuclear weapons forbidden under law, why were they continuing the enrichment program? So, do as I say, but don't do as I do, I guess. I mean, so what if he had such a fatwa? It was meaningless because he violated his own decree. This is proof, if we don't have enough proof, that this regime cannot be trusted.
Neither can North Korea, and I don't know that we're going to be in any position to actually go in there and get the highly enriched uranium, which is likely. Their economy is crushed. They've been under sanctions. They still have other countries they trade with. Russia is a big backer. China gives them some help. And they have overland routes across Asia to China. I think there's a railway that's recently been completed in that Belt Road Initiative. So I think they have other ways to get material in and out of the country other than by water, which is the most efficient way to do it by water and not by rail or by truck or by air. But they're not completely closed off, and I don't see, unless the Iranian people, unless we empower the Iranian people to take their country back, the majority of the Iranian people, from my understanding, I don't see how we're going to do it unless there is a willingness of the population and a commitment to put troops into Iran and to fight it out. And that is probably politically untenable in the United States, and may or may not be successful. But
they're not just going to they're just not going to cough up this nuclear material that they have. And they already said that they're not giving it to a third country. So, whether or not they go forward and make either an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb is a completely, it's a different order. Do they have the knowledge? Are they people that have the skills, the knowledge, the education, the technical expertise to make weapons? Yeah, they appear to be. They certainly are. I would be surprised if they weren't. So, I don't know how else they can be deterred from going forward if that's what they want to do.
Thank you, Wayne. It looks like we're coming to close to a close here. Maybe other hands will come up, but in case they don't, I want to just address two things. One, if anybody here is here as a result of a link that they got off of Facebook to join us, could you go back to Facebook and send me a direct message telling me that? Because I'd like to know how many people came in via Facebook today. The second thing is with regard to the question that Agent, and I think Howard, maybe his nickname is apropos, Agent Malone had to say about Pakistan. And I just want to address that question about Pakistan. Pakistan was the host country for Osama bin Laden after 9/11. And if there's any question in anybody's mind about whether the Pakistani government was aware that he was in exile in their country, one only needs to look at the mission that resulted in his demise by the Navy SEALs. The important part of that mission, vis-a-vis today's discussion, is the United States violated the sovereignty of a nation, Pakistan, to get public enemy number one in its hands. Because had they notified Pakistan and had they asked for a joint operation and had they been given the green light by the Pakistani government, they knew that he would have been tipped off. So that tells you everything you need to know about the government of Pakistan. And I, for one, am speaking strictly for myself, obviously, wish that the United States policy would be definitive right now in support of the government of India and in absolute opposition of the government of Pakistan. It's a terrorist regime as well. How they get involved in, just like how Doha gets involved in negotiations to help settle this conflict between the United States and Iran is frankly laughable. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I think history will prove once again that I am right. I really feel confident enough to arrogantly declare that right now.
You are absolutely right, Gary. It amazed me. They wanted this argue with the mullahs, and they go have a negotiation guy, which is the mullah in the suit. It proves to the world Pakistan, after Ataturk, it's just another terrorist Islamic country. That's it. Nothing else, nothing more.
Thank you, Alan. David, followed by El Normo, our prodigal son. Dave?
Hey, Gary. Good to be back on the stage. I want to address the Pakistani comments. Kind of look at it from a high-level perspective. The United States didn't technically, they helped Pakistan with some technical training on the nukes, and they kind of turned a blind eye to the development because they were on our side against the Soviets. So this was a geopolitical Cold War play here. The United States didn't really care so much about
So this goes back to this goes back to the philosophy, David. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No. The enemy of your enemy is aligned with you in that particular conflict, but he is not your friend. That is a big miscalculation.
Okay. Well, yeah. And many argue that Pakistan is basically a military country, not the other way around. So, and they've obviously been aligned with a lot of our policies. And India was more of a friend of the Soviet Union. That's why Modi continued to buy Russian oil even after the massive destruction they brought on Ukraine. They have that Cold War allyship that they still haven't let go of. So there's that. And that we're assisting Pakistan in relation to that because we didn't know what side of the fence India was going to come on.
So I'll take the other side of the coin on that one. I don't know whether it's coming from one of the other alphabet soups. But this is the way they look at these things, and history has shown that that's a miscalculate.
Well, of course, we miscalculate. It's not perfect. But take it back even further when we look at the demise of the Shah and what replaced him under the Carter administration. Carter was putting pressure on the Shah to liberalize their economy, liberalize the press. And what happened when the Shah released some of those strictures? The press came out and had all these anti-Shah campaigns leveled against him and more or less got him ousted out of the country, setting the stage for the Ayatollah to come in. And again, once again, Gary, we had a
alliance between the Islamic orbit and the Soviet orbit anyways. So what was the choice there? Maybe the choice would have been the Jimmy Carter approach. Let the Iranian people decide democratically themselves who they want to lead them. If that had happened, then I would have no problem with whatever Iran is doing today.
Well, we did that. They did playbook in the 50s, and we ousted their left guy. We remember the Mossadegh campaign that was against the Shah. And the people wanted Mossadegh, and Mossadegh wanted to nationalize the oil. He didn't like the raw deal that the Iranian people were getting with the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which was BP, British Petroleum. I think the Iranians are getting 25 cents for every dollar that was pulled out of the country. So
here we go again.
More money.
Here we go again. The enemy of my friend is my enemy. So we oust him to make room because the Brits wanted him gone. Am I right?
Not only that, Gary, we had an agenda afoot based upon several historical references that I've studied that we wanted to dismantle the French and the British Empire. And when we ousted Mossadegh, guess what? We made Iran more American than British. It became a little America within the Middle East, and Alan can speak to this. That Iranians were really pivoting toward our way of life, and the Shah was bringing all of our influence. So we sort of dismantled the British with one fell swoop with that move there in Iran.
David is right.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. But I want to liken today with the Strait of Hormuz to a similar fiasco that brought the Great Britain and France and Israel in with the Suez Crisis of 1957. That was sort of the apex of British
Empire. Eisenhower brought them into a room and smacked all their heads together and told them to get their shit straight. I got a book called Ice Bluff, and it's about Eisenhower being the first nuclear power president. And they recited the Suez Crisis, and in the reciting the Suez Crisis, you learned that Eisenhower was not happy with the three powers doing it. He was furious with the Europeans. He was furious with the government stuff.
Yeah, and we shut it down. We opened up the Suez, and that was also so we could take this middle power Iran, this IRGC regime, and bring him to heel. I mean, we're not able to bring him to heel, Gary. And I want to focus again on diplomacy, because I think at the end of the day, Gary, it may have not have served the long-term agenda of keeping Iran with nukes, but the Obama, Kerry, JCPOA alliance that we put together to rein in the Ayatollah and to provide some sunlight with the International Atomic Energy Agency and the inspectors and all of that went on was a far better deal than we have today. And don't take my word for it. Take the retired generals of the IDF who came on the record saying the JCPOA, the retired general, Lieutenant General Eisenstein, said that the JCPOA kicked the can down the road maybe 10, 15 years of keeping Israel or city Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Another general, David Golan, Major General Golan, he also said the same thing. He was concerned that by dismantling the JCPOA, we dismantled and we created mistrust with the Iranian regime. We sowed mistrust with our allyship in creating alliances. Fast forward today with Trump and the Blessed and everybody else that has dismantled the NATO alliance, and we don't have any friends now to help us out with this debacle that we're mired in. So these former heads of the IDF generalship are speaking what a lot of the experts are saying, Gary. And again, I mean, yeah, could they have cheated on the deal? If everybody held the line, Gary, followed their what they signed up for, and as Ronald Reagan said, you trust but verify. I think the dismantling of the deal was a bad situation for everybody in the world. And now we're playing this game of it's not funny. I mean, people are laughing, but it's not funny. And now the whole world's held hostage, by this regime, and we've given them more power than they deserve. And now we're and to Marshall's point, boots on the ground. I mean, his line of questioning is very interesting because at the end of the day, do you look at your child and say, all right, son, you might have to join the military? I got an answer right now. He's looking at joining the Marine Corps, 19 years old, and I told my sister, I said, Diana, I said, John better be ready to fight, because if this thing goes to the mat, that's where he's going right now. So you have to look your family members in the eye and say, okay, am I willing to lose more of my own children for this campaign here? And those are the questions, Gary, that every politician, every president who sat in office that's had to make big picture decisions is doing, sending our children to war. And at the end of the day, okay, I don't know who's doing the thumbs up. I want you to march down to the military ops and see if you can join up. And I want you to put your name on the line and tell me who you are. But this is what we're facing with, Gary. And unless this is not funny, I'm a bit of a pickle. And the answers and the decisions that we have to make are not good. But I'm telling you right now, Gary, the United States and the world at large, China especially, they're about business. They're about making money. We have our ideologies. We have our communism. We have all of that. Today, they want to put money in their coffers. And this is stopping that sacrosanct mission and agenda of growing markets and putting money in the bank. And the war is not going to advance that any further than it already has. So, anyway, Alan, you want to say something? I'm going to land. Thank you.
I think Alan.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
No, David, I didn't mean to laugh at you. It was just funny the way you catched it right away.
Okay, gotcha.
So remember the movie Hook with Robin Williams, played Peter Pan?
You're the only person who saw that, Gary.
That was a terrific movie, and a lot of people saw it. When he was talking to his son Jack, he said, "My word is my bond." And so Jack's response to his father, Peter Pan, was much the same as the world looks at the United States now with regard to our word. He says, "My word is my bond," and Jack replies, "Yeah, junk bonds." So, not to argue whether the JCPOA was a good or a bad agreement. It was an agreement. The United States made an agreement, much like the NATO agreement. So when you reach an agreement such as that, the subsequent administrations adhere to that agreement. It's sort of like I've got a contractual obligation, whether it's to my employees or to companies that I'm dealing with my company, my corporation. And I sell my corporation to Norm. He assumes those liabilities. He can't just say, well, now I own Gary Incorporated, and I don't have to pay my employees, or I don't have to pay my suppliers. There's an agreement that transcends ownership, or in this case, administrations. So I would argue that even if you don't like the JCPOA, you got the agreement.
I am the charioteer of thee, Lord of the past and of the future. Who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. We two divine cross upon your head.
and aid and guard me in this world.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost. The Order of the Knights of St. John. The Order of the Knights of Mount Temple. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The
shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, so let it come around. Let the cat kiss the ground. I want the skins to stay on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit. The crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back, but now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object goes sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I hold on to the shadow, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object goes sublime. In 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order. 17 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Shroud of concealment. 17 crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rated
naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. Independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases. To have been brought to him by angels was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scribe of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called linea patris. The seventh file is called linea filii. The seventh line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left hand top corner being air of air, the right hand top corner water of air, the left hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below
letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the edge letters of the original illustration. Lapping lines define the hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air of
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was a...
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness I see.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb of I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike, master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the 6.
11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike the
Your ability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Change how you pass that. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers left, right, and transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You calling for the people, the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers left, right, and transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every minute. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. Cash goes out with lightning. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers left, right, put the truth on the child. Yes, it's in all the facts. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a
Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Chicago Mayor transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a lie. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the path, by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Protestant Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy, the Ancient and Celestic Rites of the Lucifery, the Rites of Rituals, the Rites of Israel, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Spirit Holy and Powerful. My object all sublime, my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I'm waiting long enough here. So let it come. So let it come around with the gate. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. Feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. The gale kiss the ground. I want the scales. If I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. come around to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final move, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gap kiss the ground. I want the skins to stay on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object goes sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I hold on to the shade to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object goes sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Attention and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their dreams, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate! 71 The Order offers ways to its members, bringing together so great a proportion of human misery is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by equality the obligation of the third degree.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 50. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. A crystal which thee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, proportion, Besides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to you. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. The general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left hand top corner being air of air, the right hand top corner water of air, the left hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
M or Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below.
I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child. My father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I verse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb that I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of a prophet.
song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, enter. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the sick,
11 other voices, abracadabra. Crowned child and conquering Lord.
is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crying. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson.
Can't go to change. Why you can't go to change? Why you pass that? Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You bought all the mountain full of parking lot drinks, and your name on the dollar like it's free. We wake up left with the red and scream. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. They're the ones who pay it me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes on the track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You come for the people. The doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You broke. Slogan, pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo up on our dime. We're done with fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tax. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out with pockets. Straight up, right now. Slowly up, transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want receipts. Every city, every check, every beat.
Issue from the ICE riots to this little call. So I'm just saying that I think the right is pretty good.
Well, I mean, but then when you think about how it happened, he got redistricted out of his seat, and then he has this type of loss like this is not the way to go out. I hate that this is how, the end of your career goes as a career black politician who has, done well by your community in Texas as well as purposely black people on the national stage and in the House of Representatives. I think it should be
sorry, you want me to comment on what you just said or the topic? What do I think about that concept? I think some of it has validity and some of it doesn't. That's what I'm.
And if I add, I think in some way, depending on who the Supreme Court is, it changes. So it's not the same.
And I would love to say something else for a minute or two, if that's okay, which hopefully is on point. If not, you can interrupt me and tell me to shut up. Is that okay? What I have heard some people say, maybe Ali, and I'm no Ali defender, okay, because I'm not. But fine, I won't mention anybody's name except mine, no problem. When I have heard different people speaking about the United States Constitution as a concept, what I normally hear them say in addition to that is the reason they say it's a concept is because if you don't have enforcement of the law, then because the law is never enforced, it remains a concept. But as long as you have proper enforcement, then it rises from a concept to the law. I just wanted to say that. Thanks, Tom.
The Constitution is the law, right? And even if it's the concept, being the concept is the concept of the law. So being a concept, you can be a concept and a law at the same time, right? But usually when people do refer to something as a concept, it tends to imply something non-material, right? Which we here, if someone is saying it's a law, then you just come back to say it's a concept. Now, the Voting Rights Act was not the law in the Constitution. I wish it was, but it wasn't, right? But coming back to the comment of the Supreme Court, like kind of like the Constitution shifts with the Supreme Court. In theory, the Constitution says no, right? The Constitution is written with the court, but then there could be a place for regulatory interpretation of the Constitution and what is constitutional and not constitutional. But the Supreme Court doesn't have the power to change the Constitution. And that's in the Constitution. The Constitution has rules on how the Constitution could be changed. And the Supreme Court doesn't have the power or the authority.
I'm sorry, the Constitution can never be changed. It can be amended. And the purpose of the Supreme Court is to end.
That's what amendment means.
Well, I'm glad that's what you meant, but I didn't interrupt you. And it sounded like you were done. Wow, there are 25, 30 people in the room and everybody understood. Wrong. And Shirley, no, I'm not saying that at all. You're wrong again. You're 2 for 2. And I'm not going to make we're inheriting the Roman Empire. I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I don't think it's okay when the Supreme Court breaks its own rules, but going back to what I said 2 minutes ago, I do not agree with you what you said about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is designed to interpret the Constitution. Now, I'm not on the computer, I can look this up and do heavy lifting, but that's been the way that I was educated. The Supreme Court it interprets the Constitution. And if anybody disagrees with me, I'll be happy to look. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree with me. Yes. Yep.
Wait, let me speak, Steve, before you say I'm wrong. If the Constitution says that the president can only run twice, and then the Supreme Court presidents can only hold office twice. So yes, the Supreme Court could go against the Constitution. That's right. If the Supreme Court came with a saying, hey, presidents can hold office 5 times, is that not against the Constitution?
Well, Carlos, you're wrong. The Constitution doesn't say that the presidents can only hold for 2 terms. It's an amendment to the Constitution. It's an amendment to the Constitution. Yeah.
That's still in the Constitution. Amendment of the Constitutions are in the Constitution.
All right. Okay, so now we're taking the position that amendment to the Constitution is the Constitution. Fine, no problem.
Well,
no. In that case, the Constitution says, and the amendments to the Constitution. But if you want to say they're the same thing, I'll be happy to go along with it. I'm fine.
Are the amendments part of the
Well, based on what you're saying, yes. I say no. I say they're amendments. They're different.
But they're not part of the Constitution.
Okay, are amendments part of the original Constitution? Is that what you're asking me?
You didn't say original. Right? It seems to me that the amendments are...
Well, I don't understand why we're getting hung up on this. What's the difference?
Yeah, I don't know what is the difference, right? I think that all of the amendments are fine. Right? That's what's in the original.
And that's why I said twice, you want to consider the amendments part of the original Constitution? Fine. Why is this a big deal?
What's legal and what's not legal, and what's being done right and what's not being done right. We have to go off the fact that all of the amendments are Constitution.
Fine, I agree. I agree. How much longer do you want to press it? I'm agreeing now. I said I'm agreeing now. Okay, fine. We'll go ahead and keep talking about it, even though I already agree. Or go ahead.
I think we can agree on this. I'm being quite clear. That's the part that I agree.
Regulations on owning a gun. Every state has individual regulations to own a gun. What are you talking about? Yes. Am I not speaking the truth? Every state, not really. So anybody can own a fully automatic M16. Is that what you're saying?
In the state of Texas.
No, you Sometimes you sound like you know what you're talking about. And sometimes you make statements that are completely untrue. Say that I thought you did.
I'm sure he knew what he was walking into. And to be honest, I'm not really quite sure what the Constitution is about.
Well, one of the points that I bring up was that clearly the Supreme Court could contradict the Constitution, right? The Constitution could be in plain English saying, hey, like I gave the example of the president, and then you go all the way and like, oh, it's an amendment, it's not original Constitution. For this time, as Steve was saying, it's binding. Like right now, currently, it's always amendments. Amendments to the Constitution are part of the Constitution, right? So the Supreme Court, it's supposed to be bound by it. The Constitution says it is, and then the Supreme Court directly contradicts it, right? That is like, I guess, a constitutional crisis. Impeach the court or something, but my point being is that the Supreme Court doesn't have the power to interpret the Constitution at will. Like, all they can say whatever the fuck they want out of the Constitution, and then it becomes law. That's stupid.
I mean, you read it, I don't know, a couple days ago. Wow.
It's not
So the idea that you can read it in plain English is not entirely true. You actually do need some education.
Speech and religion and everything else. Are you telling me that that's not written in plain English and that you need to be educated in constitutional law to understand
On the no law respecting the establishment of religion. I mean, already we're an establishment of religion. That's going to require unpacking. That's going to require unpacking. The establishment of religion requires unpacking as a term, right?
Hold on. I'm a person with no higher education. For me, it is very easy to understand what that is.
So unpack it as a term.
You mean unpack what it means?
Yes,
like,
specifically establishment of a religion. Unpack that.
In this world, like Russia, for example, where they have one religion as a government religion, right? And that is the Russian Orthodoxy, the Christian Orthodoxy. So other religions don't have the same rights. Their religion that is established by the government, which is supreme to all the other religions. Does that make sense?
I mean, first of all, that doesn't actually unpack the term, right?
It doesn't, because it does say that, like, on most coins and tender, in God we trust. So it is establishing religious aspects.
Right. So for first of all, it doesn't unpack the term of religion. Right. Second,
I want to just say that
I wasn't done yet. Hold on a second, Benjamin. I wasn't done yet. First of all, it doesn't unpack the term establishment of religion. Secondly,
yes, it does.
You used a lot of words there.
I just wanted to say,
Benjamin, I wasn't done yet. Excuse you. You can wait your turn, Benjamin. Benjamin.
Yeah, you can wait your turn. I just want to point out, I think Katrina nailed this, because the founding fathers were clear.
What I was saying was that you used
they wanted this country to be different. They wanted this country to be different than the country they had already experienced. It's obviously what they meant.
So when we go from France, right, Benjamin, when we look at back in that time, France, England, religion was entangled with government religions. Period.
I think you were right instinctively, that they were writing against their own. They were writing against their own experience.
It's not instinctively. He said that. He said that.
Well, sure. I think the issue is, what do we do going forward?
Why are we talking about full control when Benjamin interrupted me? Right? It's just that Benjamin interrupted me.
He's
right?
I don't give a fuck.
Well, then if you don't.
So why are we talking about impulse control when Benjamin has more impulse control? Okay, so what I was saying was that you used a lot of words to unpack that term, which demonstrates.
Okay, I am going to kick this person out of the room because there is no humility or just decency. Come out of the room, like I said. So if anybody has a problem with that, that's okay. You can let me know, and I won't do that.
That are transparent and don't have ambiguity. They're pretty clearly stated. For example, and I give the example, like the president cannot hold office more than twice, right? There's no ambiguity on that. Nobody can say that they can hold office 5 times or 3 times through interpreting and be correct. There's no nuance there to have a court. And if the court were to say that all of a sudden presidents can hold office more than once, they will be essential.
Well, I mean, a lot of Trump circle lawyers, right? They have a whole team right now who are elected.
Hold office. They cannot hold office more than twice.
Okay, somebody pull up the Constitution, the 22nd Amendment. Unless I'm like completely being
No, you're right.
gaslit over here.
I'll read it because Carlos is wrong. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice.
Yeah.
And no person who has held the office of the president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected shall be elected to the office of the president more than once.
And that's talking about that he held the role of the president or whatever, there's a succession, whatever. And if that person held office for longer than 2 years, that's argument.
And then they just keep going on down the argument when the premise is shit.
Okay, so my original thought-provoking question was, if the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution in the wrong way, right? For example, they pick the word elected and they say, well, the thing is that the president has to be elected. And if there's no elections because, let's just say, for example, we have a national emergency, we just got attacked and there's chaos in the country, right? We're major military defense operation, being bombed, right? Then in that situation, you cannot have elections. So technically, do you see how far this interpretation can go and be manipulated? So my question is, when that happens, right, and the Supreme Court says this is constitutional, there is nobody else to pretty much go against them, is there? Because they're the highest court and they are in charge of interpreting the Constitution and making sure the Constitution is followed.
No, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying, my argument is not that it cannot happen. My point is that it's against the rules, right? I mean, that in theory, the Constitution could not be written by the Supreme Court. That's my point. The Constitution says what is the process to be amended, and it's part of that process. Like, let me give you another example. Like the Supreme.
Hold on, nobody was disagreeing with that, and nobody was arguing or debating you on that fact, right?
Well.
I was talking about
Stephen T. were certainly not agreeing with me, right? But like, you seem to,
right?
Well, when you say nobody, they were here, right? When you say nobody, right? It's and again, when you're talking about someone who refused to talk about like saying the Constitution was legal, was the law, right? It's essentially the same thing as it's been happening to me when it's like until now you're saying like, okay, nobody disagrees with you right now on that point. That's fine, but I'll just that's the point that people were arguing before.
Gotcha.
Till this point, we could say.
I gotcha. Okay, well now we can agree that those people are not here right now, and we can maybe not talk about their points, not bring up their points. I think everybody else here kind of agrees and understands that there's a structure of how to change policy.
There's two structures. I was trying to ping Allie about it. I don't know how to do it. I think he's to say about this subject, but
Elliot, I appreciate you, and I can see that you have a lot of affinity for this.
I think a 6-year-old would be excellent practice for most of these characters.
Well, I have a 9-year-old son, so honestly, a lot of times that's what I have to do. I literally just turn on my mom house.
That was hilarious. You were like, okay, have a tantrum. Are you done with your tantrum? You sound like you were talking to your kid.
I mean, that is the pure.
Because you were talking to your kid. It was just somebody else.
Yeah. I have to.
You're talking to a kid, not your kid.
Well, I don't know. I think kids are very intelligent. But I just have to meet the people on their needs. That he definitely had a need to scream and let it out. So, you know what? Just like a little kid who's just have all these emotions and they don't know how to deal with them, right? Because they haven't developed that part yet, right? You just have to help them out a little bit. Let it out,
I have the theory that Steve is drunk a lot of the time. Sometimes when you have conversations with him, he's more measured and it's possible to have a better conversation. Sometimes it's impossible. He interrupts all the time. It's like people start talking like, yeah. It is like, I think he's drunk. Like literally drunk.
Steve, he definitely. Wait. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hear you fine.
Thanks, fuck. Oh my gosh. Elliot has Android. The app is like going, it's going bonkers right now. I have to leave and come back. You guys are like cutting out mid-sentence for me, and I have to like leave and come back. Steve is like, he interrupts a lot, and I do find that like really annoying. But he's also pretty harmless, and I think he's well-intentioned most of the time, so I give him kind of some stuff sometimes. I don't think he's so harmless. I think that he's misogynistic towards the women in his cadre. Says really inappropriate things to married women.
Well, apparently, my level of not having a higher education shows quite a lot.
Yeah, you can't even read the Constitution. No, Katrina, I agree, it does. You should wear it as a badge of honor. Most people who retire have to pay somebody to wear this shit. It's because they're dumb.
Well, I like to call myself blonde, bleach blonde, stay-at-home mom who doesn't have any education. Explain to me.
Nobody's going to tell Pro that he's hot by game. Sorry. Talking to my young man who played 3 times today. He practiced before he practiced. Oh yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, he practiced before he practiced. Yeah, I think actually, for a second I thought you were talking about all of us pro, because that also applies here. I think you opened this room at, I got here like 9 a.m. Pacific, and it's been kind of hanging out all day, and it's actually been I think it's been a pretty good group today, and there were a lot of like really draining, energy intensive kind of conversations, but there are also some really how did you guys survive prior?
What do you mean survive prior?
I think Briar's a lot sticky.
Oh, you mean that there is a lot of content, a lot of information to process in a really short amount of time? I can agree with you on that. That is a very high level, very detailed. Yes. your skills of, what is it? Oh my God, I want to blank.
Probably because there's so many things that follow in that sentence.
No.
I have so many skills. Is it my piloting skills, my guitar skills?
Practicing your absorbing information skills, that the information that comes at you is very rapid and very, what can I say, not simple, very loaded.
I do think that Ryan is a good gal. I think that's right. But I think that a lot of his claims are unsupported. It's just a naked good gal.
The thing he was talking about, one of the things he was talking about, that's the view of Noam Chomsky. I don't know if that is there.
Noam Chomsky, one of Epstein's friends. Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, that's right. But he's also the most
number 4,
academic on this.
And number 10. Yeah, Epstein.
Maybe the question who wasn't Epstein's friend? I think that would have been a lot shorter.
Barack Obama wasn't.
Yeah, I'm saying that list would be a lot shorter than who was.
I don't think he was just his friend, though. I think he was like one of those,
It's not clear because he was just into academics, right? And so he was friends with
I have saved, well, I don't know that I saved all the trouble. I haven't read all of them. I've read quite a few of them. There are I think there's a few thousand, correspondence between them. Most of them are just stupid little hello, how are you? Really short messages. But some of them are really, I was so fucking disappointed to see this guy in the Epstein files. I'm still disappointed to this day. I have mixed feelings. It's kind of like a Michael Jackson situation. You know what I mean? I don't know what you guys think about that.
Oh, we know what you mean.
Let's not go there. That's a long time ago.
Is it long?
Is it wrong to like a pedophile music? Music written by a pedophile.
Oh, the thing that bugged me the most about what I read, I didn't read all of them, but was that he was, even after Epstein was convicted in 2008 of solicitation of an underage minor, prostitution, and another conviction in 2008, Epstein still maintained contact with him for many years afterward. That is extremely fucking disappointing. And there's a few more things that I've heard other people say about this that I haven't personally read, but I think they're probably right about that.
Kelly, do you have an Android phone?
Yeah, I got the S25 Ultra. I'm surprised you're not more onto the Chomsky thing, because he seems like the prime pickings, if you know what I mean, from your
from my perspective. I'm not anti-academic, by the way. I gotta be careful with that. I'm writing a department proposal, a new department proposal for C. Boulder.
It's funny. Earlier we talked about the phones many hours ago, and maybe Pro's right that it is the moral, ethical choice to have an Android.
I just wanted to point out, Elliot, that you and I and Kitover the Android, we've all had that same problem. And what I figured out to really fix it is that it's going to happen every time your phone does a angle redraw. Like if you rotate the phone and it redraws the screen in a new position, it is not reconnecting the audio. Does that make sense?
You drop down this the clubhouse chat room that opened up like the hallway. That's usually the main culprit. That's typically like
I've seen other things do it as well, like going to the settings screen. Yeah.
But I think that if you guys were to have like a longer conversation with Ali, I think you'd probably agree. At least I hope that like one of these crackpot conspiracy theorists type of people. He's like actually kind of the opposite.
Ali is sensible. That's another way of saying Ali agrees with me.
I've heard Ali make plenty of bad takes, but I think he's probably a relatively moderate kind of person. But he's as nice and well mannered as he is. He says some shit that I go But what exactly did he say today? I'm sure I'm beating it out. But
I wasn't there for the whole. I heard like snippets back and forth. There was a combo between him, Katrina, and David as well. And David and Katrina seemed like on the same side of it. I didn't hear the whole thing. What was I gonna say? Ali, he seems to go like a little too hard into the Muslim stuff.
Yeah, he does.
I think he might even be a little more hardcore than Benjamin. I don't know.
As I said, he's smart. He agrees with me.
I was in a room one night where someone was accusing him of that, and I had actually heard it. So then I started paying attention to it, and I was like, oh, okay, I get what people are talking about. But whatever his experience is, he is from the 10 or 20 times I've heard him speak, he hardly seems like, compared to the people who are just in this room today, is anywhere near the problem that some of the people were into. I didn't get to hear some of the characters whose names I haven't really heard before, but I forget. You guys said some entertaining names. Or I was like,
H.O. guy was in here earlier.
Yeah, that guy was there. Yeah, he came in the very early morning, and he strikes me as a guy who was on his best behavior to not be as problematic as he probably otherwise normally is, because I think he was just liking we were talking about cosmetics and stuff, and he just jumped around. We were just kidding around. It was like me, you, and AJ, and all of a sudden he wouldn't let it go. I was like, bro, like,
reps and all.
Yeah, that lady said one thing about it. I can't remember who it was, and he just went crazy. And that's when I was on the court in the morning.
Coco.
Yeah. And she was like, she's just like, oh, I'm into face care, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. So, we were just like engaging in that conversation a little bit. He wouldn't let that stuff go. So, and I started listening to the guy's viewpoints. I was like, oh, okay, he's a little touched, but the whole app is a bunch of touch people, And I do some of what I heard Taro doing. Like I was playing basketball, but I was trying to get the gist of it. But it was like the criticism of how people do or don't mod. And it's like I sometimes will get up on my little horse and say the same shit. Be like, but at the end of the day, no one's fucking paid to be here. People can do what the fuck they want in the whole fucking app. I think people are pussies on this app and don't tell people enough when they're speaking bullshit. So I kind of agree with that. But at the same point, you can't police everybody. People are fucking busy. I don't give two flying shits about what's happening 25% of the time in Clubhouse because I'm barely paying attention. And we got to drop the idea that this is fucking important to people. It is not really that important to me. I am literally in there just taking up time and letting people talk in the background. And if I have time and I can engage meaningfully, I will. But I come in my room and be under no false pretenses that I really give a shit, because I don't. I only give a shit when I can give a shit, because my life is, fucking just like everybody else. There's a lot of shit going on. And so it's like, this is just the fucking app. And people are going to say bullshit, and you can either leave or stay
or come up and tell them to their face that they're being a fuck twat. That's about the options you have. But you can't tell people, like, I need you to moderate harder if we're not paying them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, people don't need to do shit. You can hope they do shit. And I've said the same stuff. Hey man, you hear some people talking to bullshit. Don't be afraid to throw them in the crowd. What I don't like is when people kick people out of the room. That's just me personally. But, people have kicked people out of the room when I've been in here. Benjamin's done it. Sam's done it. All kinds of guys. I don't usually kick people out of the room. But that's just me. You do your own room and kick people out the room all day. And see how many people stay in the room. Maybe you'll have 50, maybe you'll have 5, who knows? But this shit's like hard to have a room going all day when you got a life. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. But it's a long ass meta conversation about the shit that's been going on for like 3 hours, talking about the 3 hours of conversation. I can't really believe we're still talking about this shit.
My favorite part was right in the beginning when I first encountered for the first time, the Rational Boomer on the Rational Boomer podcast. That was looking great. And then I always love it when Sam goes on a rampage. I think he got into it with that guy prior time about whatever that law was that got repealed in 2012. He went in on that guy.
Did we start bombing Iran again today? Or was that yesterday?
Depends what time zone you're in.
Shit, dude, I just like talk over everybody again.
No, okay.
App is like, it's happened like 6 times in the past like 20 minutes.
It's like, move, bitch. Move, bitch. Move Ahmadinejad. Get out the way. We're coming through. We're gonna take your nukes.
Bro, I think from like 9 to like 1 or 12 or something like that, that whole like section of today's room was, I think that was a lot of like, on a real note, a lot of really important information that people need to hear. They need to hear people saying these things and hear them talking about it, because it's I don't know if it's just Clubhouse or whatever, but it's kind of just a topic that goes unspoken. It's like people kind of dread talking about the thing, the elephant in the room, but I think people need to hear it anyway.
Wait, which elephant was it at that time again? Exactly.
Oh, how do I describe this? The entire sort of, I don't know, thematic themes since like from, I don't know, 2000 to like 2026, the whole picture, including like what's going on.
So you mean streaming video?
I mean like the politics and shit like.
Oh, okay. I just remember Netflix starting around 2000. It's always well. I just don't exactly remember what we were saying at that stretch of time, but that's all I meant. I couldn't remember exactly what the main topic was.
I don't know that there was like a main topic. It was the section where you were playing multiple clips, or not, and David played a clip too. That whole show.
Okay. Yeah, David was playing the clip from the guy in the video that I had up top too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of a continuation of what Marshall was talking about last night with the John conversation. Really, that's actually why I named the room what I did, and it was sort of a continue. And I sent John that clip, and I really posted it hoping John would come in because I sent it to him to his one of his other social medias, and I was like, this guy's exactly what I think you were saying. And sure enough, that is kind of what he was saying. John says it's slightly stronger than I do. He said just a little stronger than I do. I gave a little more grace, for better or for worse, that there's a few more boxes people might fall into. But if you're in a room and you're pissed off and you're talking pissed off, you're not going to say it all perfectly, right? And so I think Marshall's holding him to a really high standard of like, I expect him to say these things. It's like, bro, people are fucking pissed off, and you're an enigma, and people are going to be pissed off what you represent. And John is particularly pissed off about you and has voiced the frustrations many times. So the idea that you're going to get upset when John's upset in political times we probably remember in our lifetimes, almost all of us, right? It's like, this is a complete shit show. And if you're still not saying it's a shit show, then you're a shit show. That's the bottom line. Say that as cool as you want or do as many disclaimers. Fuck the disclaimers. You're a shit show if you still support Trump. Whatever your case is, you've seen all the reasons why you should not be doing that. And if you can't see them, and this is what Sam said earlier, it's like you're a piece of shit, right? Which is exactly what fucking Hillary Clinton was saying years ago with only less information because all she had was grab him in the pussy and the guy fucking was starting like, child beauty pageants to look at, grope women, whatever it is he's doing. Guy has like sexual allegation cases up the ass, never pays his workers, is a complete ass fuck, comes down the stairs, berating people not from the country who are brown skin as his paid plan of propaganda. Speaking very much to the book that I was reading from today, right? Which talks about that when he came downstairs as well. It's a well-known fact that he paid to do that as a PR stunt with paid people in the crowd. They're not sending us our best. Like, oh, you didn't know then Trump voters were pieces of shit? Like, you just needed this term? You're fucking asleep at the wheel then. And people, with the, Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, how's that look now? You're fucking deranged. You know what I'm saying? Bottom line. Or, you could, and this is me saying it nicer, right? Because now, if you're still voting for him, I give people a little grace. If they couldn't figure it out in 2016 or 12, whatever, and they had like a desperate reason, right? Or they thought they had a desperate reason. But again, like the name of the room previously was, it's not that all fucking people in the GOP are racist. It's just that if you're a racist, that's the only party that you would reasonably to go to that would welcome you with open arms, right? It's not that there aren't racists in the Democratic Party and a lot of Democrats that suck. We all know that. But when that becomes the narrative, i.e., Fox is the same as MSNBC bullshit. They're not the fucking same, right? They are both fucking ridiculous. They're both corporate capital interests. They both exacerbate the truth. They both don't give a shit, right? But one doesn't give a shit a whole lot more, right? That's just all I'm saying, right? You can do this argument all day long with whoever you want. When people try to do the false equivalency, someone needs to call bullshit. And if you're somebody who's still voting for him at this point, there's no excuse. All the excuses are used up. That's all people are saying. And get ready for civil war if you think there's a middle ground. If you think nothing's going to happen and he's going to leave off, and get ready for civil war. Get your fucking ammunitions ready, like the crazy duck hunters were trying to do back in 2012 and all that shit. Like, now's the fucking time. Be ready for fucking Armageddon. Because there's no scenario that you can possibly name that you have strong confidence in that it's all going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. Things will work out. Why? Why are things going to work out? What safeguards do we have in place left that you feel confident about that can't be manipulated when billions have been siphoned from your government? When countries are in fucking blackout around the world, like that's
It's a little more than billions.
We're going to war on a daily basis in countries so often that we don't even know what we're doing because we're so busy putting out fires everywhere else because that's part of the doctrine. Anyways, duck hunters is pretty funny. The MSNBC information for man doing his AI first search.
seriously and strenuously argued for the existence of the Illuminati, particularly controlling the world. And, like, that's the type of person has omitted a variety of trustworthy sources from his information diet that are now getting stuck back in through whatever sources the AI is pulling from.
Since I got back in, so I was just listening.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Avenger.
Just get to the point. I got a while.
And every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She the body in her womb, flying from the terror of the water.
People really don't feel like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just.
You made your choice. You made your choice. You picked Trump. Like you're a Trump supporter.
No, I'm not a Trump supporter.
I'm reading your little voting thing on your page here, and when asked if Trump's getting it done, you were like, "Yeah, of course."
No,
Were you just joking?
Yeah, I must have been an accident. I must have read it too quick. I'm not sure.
Is the U.S. President Donald Trump good for America? You wrote, "Hell yeah."
We can say, I meant to say hell no. That's funny as fuck.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. I'll lay off then.
No. I mean, and to be honest, like, I don't know about Trump. But like, the Donald Trump, like, I feel like right now, everybody feel like Donald Trump is like,
poor little puppy's been neglected in his basketball practice.
I just like everybody think you talk about him now, you say you got Trump deranged.
What he said? Yeah, he can handle the ball, so he doesn't want to be a center, but right now he's either 4 or 5. Yeah. So he's sometimes the ball up. They're like traveling to AAU teams, so second tallest, yeah. He's a brand new 13, so this is
the fucking Trump states the fact that you can't even talk about his shit no more with the IRS. The shit is it just stinks, but I already know it is what it is. I don't think there's much anybody can do anything to change it, so that's my side.
I think there is this, and this is like where I don't share. I kind of oppose, or like opposite of well, I don't even know if that's true. I just think that there is like a subset of MAGA voters, or at least former MAGA voters, that's if you're looking at the job approval ratings for Donald Trump, and you're looking specifically at Republicans and MAGA voters, generally they're not happy with how he's handling things. And while at the same time there's a set of these people that we are never going to reach, and these people have been here all along throughout American history. This is nothing new. They've been here the entire time, and we've just dealt with them. There is a set of MAGA voters that they're not these insane assholes. They were genuinely sort of conned by the con man. These these people, I think we can reach with our words and what we say. And I think that like for instance, like when Pro was on a soapbox earlier, like those words can reach those people. That's why that's important for people like Pro to say that, and for whoever else wants to say it. And so, like I think these people, this set of MAGA voters that I'm talking about, they're like independents, they're traditional moderate Republicans, and they took a chance on Trump. I could see why they would do that, but I think that these people, I think they're capable of understanding that they made a mistake and that they know why they chose wrong, and that they're able to turn away from that and not do that, and take a new path forward, I guess, like these people, we can reach them. They are salvageable, they're not, we shouldn't throw them in the trash. So that's what I'm trying to say. I can say a lot more about it.
I definitely agree with you. And the interesting thing that I see is two things. Just hearing you talk, it made me think of a word. That word is called rhino, which I didn't create. It's a word I've learned recently, which I find very interesting, where it's like some people feel like you're not Republican enough. So I'm like, damn, I actually like regular Republicans. I don't think there's anything wrong with a regular Republican. That shit is just crazy.
You know it's the acronym, right? You know what it stands for?
It was a Republican in name only or some shit like that.
That's it. Yeah, it's pretty clever.
Yeah. But in my opinion, I feel like, again, like I grew up through the Bush. I grew up Obama, all of that. Back in the day, people treated like he was a boogeyman. Fast forward to now, I don't feel like he was a boogeyman at all. I never sat back and felt like Bush was a narcissist and he only cared about himself.
Yeah, he was just like a dumb frat boy. That's kind of like and he's not that dumb, like you said, to your point. In retrospect, it's like, he's not as stupid as I thought.
And it's funny how shit people like. No, I do think there are some people that can be saved, not really saved, but like, I don't know. You got a motherfucker that's willing to fake his own assassination attempt to sway people's thoughts. Then you got the spread of information on the internet. I just feel like we live in very unprecedented times. I just don't know what's gonna happen. So.
How many people were part of JFK's assassination? Hot take. We went with the hot take to JFK assassination. You went there. Right there. Hey man, would I be surprised? No. Am I saying declaratively that he faked it? Nah, I'm not on the grassy knoll side on this one either, but I would not be surprised. I just can't lead with that, I just don't want to sound hypocritical to who I am whenever I hear that stuff come from the other side for, we didn't have the moon and all that kind of stuff. That's exactly what I was going to ask next.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just all fishy. If somebody did an assassination attempt for real, we should still be seeing it on the news. People don't even talk about it. But the fraud stuff,
that is weird. That you have a point, right? Like that is weird. But to the weirdness, we don't talk about anything of the monumental stuff that happens on a day-to-day basis because there's so much. You have to just keep up with the current events with this guy. It's just increasingly atrocious.
It's good though. It's good. It works for him though. It's like you do so much bad stuff that people really just can't keep up to the point it's like you didn't do anything at all. People just get desensitized. So
we didn't talk about 4 public shootings last week alone.
Big Vegas.
Yeah, to me that's the takeaway. It's all the stuff that's talking about. Like for example, did you guys know that Kitover Garcia just had his criminal case dismissed? Like no one talks about Kitover Garcia anymore, right? And so, and there's still people who were deported to El Salvador and then subsequently transferred to Venezuela, who are still in Venezuela, who are still asking the government to come back to the United States. We don't talk about that as much. And to be honest, like I think there's way more to say about stuff like that than there is about some guy who tried to assassinate the president, particularly until more information comes out about who they are and their motives and stuff. Like you just report that and move on.
I saw that story, but I looked at the legal press. It's definitely not. I don't know. Is it being covered on any TV news?
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe in passing, but But yeah, I gotta get off some of the legal press. I mean, the administration is building an entire parallel federal prison system. The literally immigration detention is literally the same size as the existing federal prison system. I'm talking about because it gives money to their own donors. It's my take on it has become the financial grift, so that way it'll set up the next generation of political manipulation through finance. That's how I see it.
We have not even begun to experience the fallout.
Or that 27% of our national debt is done under Trump. 27% of the nation's debt under Trump? Holy.
So I got a question about this because the world is falling.
Well, the interest rates are kind of like the closest clue you have to that, and you're not going to necessarily see that. Like my sale, but you don't drop an $800,000 house down to $700,000 unless the economy's done some shifting up. They sold it as is, but people were talking about like, hey, I wonder what's going to happen. And it's like, yeah, it's sort of under the rug now. It's like, okay, just another thing we won't talk about. That's like Costa Rica. Unfortunate truth.
That's what I kind of like about the chatter space occasionally, like they religiously turn themselves in. So far, 2 have been charged, and we're not talking either one of them that murdered.
Right. I mean, I'm good, just for the record. But to that point, I'm sitting here watching the NBA Finals, and you guys may have seen the story, but the New York Knicks tickets for front row floor seats before they even made it to the finals were selling for a couple seats. It was $275,000. It's not so good, So it's like it's just concentration of wealth kind of stuff, right? That's what this whole administration is about: retaining the concentrated wealth for the oligopoly. I mean, in every industry. Right? The dude breathes, and stock prices go up and down, and no one even has time to care. It's like it's so corrupt, it's ridiculous, and we're just another day of Trumpism.
He do be fucking that S&P 500 up. If you dip in, you buy them dips, and that bitch always bounce right back.
If the oligarchs were established under Trump, are they troligarchs?
Nationalists, similar to like Reapers, but also very radical. They were talking about how the number one enemy,
white male supremacists,
white liberal women.
What?
Have you guys? But he was asked if he's a virgin in an interview, and he was like, and he basically like terrible women, and this whole threat thing that he was talking about, and it was just wild. I was like, how does anyone follow this guy? It might have been Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, it was him. He admitted that he was a virgin. Yeah, virgin.
An incel?
Yeah.
Effectively, yeah. It's crazy, dude. I was like, how does anyone find this guy? I don't know.
What drives me insane, right, is how willfully ignorant people are when they talk about the extreme left, and yes, I will agree, there are some extreme left, right? There really are. Some of their ideas are just way out there. I find myself more middle. I've been independent my entire life. But there's extremes on both sides. We can agree. 100%, I think. But again, the nuance matters. How much is the extreme, the percentage of the extremes on one party compared to the others?
That you wanna watch them, that you wanna collect data on them, that you wanna treat them like terrorists, so that way you can so that's all the extreme left is. It's just enough so that way you can collect data on them and observe them.
But
so it's not even extreme, it's just redefine what extreme is, so that way it is a tool.
But here's the thing, I'm in Texas, right? And Texas has seen, I think 10x, but it has seen seen a huge surge of white nationalist, neo-Nazi, radical groups, extremism, right? And for some reason, people just love to ignore that. When I say that right outside of Boston, I live in suburbs, I literally had a Nazi fucking rally protest. And they were standing with the AR-15s. Not kidding. I still have a picture of it. It was on the news in Pflugerville, that's a city. And had swastika flags. They were dressed paramilitary with covering their faces in masks, flying SS and swastika flags. The cops came to protect them. Like, please tell me how you're not concerned about this radical group and specifically hate crime in Texas has skyrocketed. But yet we're gonna talk about some radical college kid or whatever who loves communism. Like, are you serious? Like, oh my god, I don't know. Like, people will refuse to acknowledge the level of far-right hate and radicals in this country and how much it grows. And some people flat out tell me, no, you're lying. Like, you're just making shit up. This doesn't happen.
I mean, the Trump administration is suing I forget the name of the legal group that tries to fight Nazis in law. So the Trump administration is actually attacking the Southern Poverty something Law Center.
Wait, he's suing them for what?
It's trying to dismantleism so that way they can create more Nazism. Like, they're pro-Nazis, essentially, by trying to dismantle anyone that is against Nazis. Case in point, anti-fascism is a terrorist group now.
Yeah, I know. Say that to the Germans.
Say that to a World War II guy.
Unfortunately, there isn't that many of them left.
They fake patriots. They are fake patriots.
I will be honest, this is such a, this gives me so much flashbacks, and it's such a parallel to Russia. Such a parallel to Russia. And I've had very reasonable people who are not even like Trump supporters or even Republicans. And I don't know if they just don't want to face the reality, but arguing the fact that the United States is like not Russia 2005, I would say. Like the freedom of press, the freedom of religion. I mean, fuck, we have 10 commandments posted in every single classroom now in Texas. And next year, our curriculum is getting all rewritten. And teachers are going to be forced to teach the Christian Bible. Yes, you heard me right. So,
in one of the states, there was a law to try and do an intervention for women that are having a miscarriage and are going through basically a near-death experience or probably will die, and they got blocked to make sure that even if it was it must be a natural. I mean, people don't eat natural necessarily, but natural being natural in food can be derived from a whole bunch of convoluted ways, and so they're considered natural. So maybe they should make all natural methylprednisolone, a bug-created version of it.
oh wait, did you guys see? I have to follow up. I'm not sure if it passed or not, but it was in Ohio. Oh my god, it was one of these like, and they actually,
either they passed it or they were voting on it, but they have the votes. That they're creating a statewide registry for every single woman that is pregnant. And as soon as she goes to her gynecologist, the gynecologist needs to enter her information. And basically, they're going to keep track. And if a woman has a miscarriage or whatever, they're going to investigate every single case. And they're having a statewide database that is mandatory. Like, what is that TV show? Oh my god, Handmaid's Tale. It's literally like passage, like literally going off a fucking book.
So the Southern Poverty Law Center allegations are that the organization defrauded donors because they took funds that they claimed were going to be used to fight organizations like the KKK. They turned around and paid members of the KKK. Now, obviously, those members were informants for the Southern Poverty Law Center. So you can imagine all the ways in which the lawsuit makes no sense. But that's the basis.
Maybe they use the fucking MLM to grab the 48 votes.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's interesting is, like, Trump for his whole life has used lawsuits, has used frivolous lawsuits to advance, create leverage, and advance his personal goals, right? And so he's taking the same strategy to the federal government. It's like, okay, create a headline, get people thinking that this has some kind of legitimacy.
Yes, it's very good.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it, yeah?
I mean, yeah, it got him at one point. Which, by the way, I still am not confident that there will ever be anybody dispersed from that fund. But at least people think he got it.
You don't think that he's just gonna have the Treasury Department transfer that money? Really? Isn't it from his lawsuit? It's not really
This
a
is
lawsuit.
kind of what I mean. Is like there was money, so it's like okay.
The money isn't necessarily the issue. It's the money is it's the smoke. The money is the smoke, while he then doesn't have to pay $100 million in back taxes for illegally frauding the government. So it's the underwriting of that says, oh, now that he can't be investigated. That's his win. He won just doing alone. He didn't have to get the money. So if people are arguing about the money, they're not arguing about, well, he owes taxes. He's defrauding. Dubious that money will be dispersed from the fund. And even more dubious that the future owner is going to be beholden to this post hoc paragraph that they added the day after the settlement was first published. So again, they had a bulletproof argument because he was after the legal jurisdiction of it. So like they had a bulletproof argument that they chose to give up on. This is by choice because it's his personal lawyer.
What are you throwing up shit out of the wall? And some of it sticks, right? So some things that are flamboyant and egregious accrue to his benefit, but some of them don't, right? Some of it slides off. And that's kind of my point. Is like this is egregious and flamboyant and not obviously legal. And so I don't like there are ways to stop these things. I'm fairly convinced that there will be at least pauses on funds being dispersed, and I'm very convinced that no future administration, should they want to pursue tax investigations, is going to be barred by this settlement.
It's not a rhino, it's a vino. Victory in name only.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to cut off this conversation for a second. I happened to just run into this video. I posted it in the chat in my room. I am not fucking kidding. RFK said it on a press conference that children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And the Trump said, I have studied this for a long time.
There's so many ways that could go.
That explains everything about me, because I'm pretty sure my doctor accidentally circumcised me twice.
What's up, comrade? Where you been?
That was funny.
Almost went deaf in my left ear. I got like a really horrible ear infection. It's horrendous.
Have you had the tubes put in?
No, I didn't have tubes put in, but my eardrum did collapse. This is my friend Comrade Katerina. This is him, Comrade.
Yeah.
It has been good since we last seen you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
have to work on my Russian accent too.
Yeah, I still can't get over the circumcision. I really still can't get over it. I mean, I still can't get over his comment how young men used to, teenage boys used to have a lot higher bird count in the 70s. But now this.
I mean, that would make some sense. That's microplastics. Is where I would put my finger at it. It just out on the wall. I throw microplastics out there. It's just about the same.
So then don't attribute that to circumcisions. Just say microplastics.
Well, you don't understand that they use the microplastics to do the circumcision.
Oh, okay.
He said it was because of Tylenol too.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point.
Yeah, but Tylenol has been out there for a while. That's not been new. But now it's Tylenol and circumcision. Holy shit.
How do you even give a newborn baby Tylenol?
It's the mother. It's the mother who is taking the Tylenol, he says.
Also, what is this, like, prejudice against autistics? Like, what did we do other than have an obsession with trains and, like, invent half of the things that people utilize?
He pretty much already said it, RFK. I mean, not pretty much. He said it out loud. That they should not be part of the society. They don't contribute, they only take. They're like leeches. Didn't you hear him say that? And I'm being serious. I'm not being sarcastic right now.
Nah, I don't follow it.
I don't follow it, but it just shows up on my feed because it's just so, I mean, I guess that's just my algorithm, but it's just so outrageous. He literally stated that in a press conference.
He sounds like a burning set of people in space. It's really hard.
He does want to put them in camps. That sounds pretty fucked up.
You know, there isn't no extra removal. I'm not joking. I am one of those.
My son is autistic too, and my husband is, so it's personal to me as well. Touches home.
Katrina, you ever heard some shit like that before?
I've heard ignorant people say that, regular people. Not regular, but
I was trying to ask if this was like in the Soviet model.
Oh, absolutely. Still to this day, Russia does not have a treatment, like any therapies, and kids are still not integrated into to public schools. They're not allowed. Still to this day.
They want to make America Russia. This shit is fucking insane.
And Hitler, remember, before, everybody forgets the millions and millions of actually gays and neurodivergent. That was the first ones that he exterminated. So.
Sounds like they needed DEI back then too.
Sounds like we could use a massive ergot inside of our brain, and maybe we can all go through a New Salem witch trial.
a white woman side with me on this. But
Her dog was part of it, or?
No, I'm going to say this. That I think a lot of the responsibility for the shit that our counterparts, me as a white woman in this country, I think we are to blame for. A big part. We are the white women are the ones who have these fucking husbands, right? We're the ones who are raising boys. That's failed this country big time. I think it's time for white women to stand up and start raising their fucking boys better. But a lot of white women are very uncomfortable and they don't like to hear me say that. Do you guys agree with this?
I think they're because single individuals or two single individuals just does not cut it. I think we need scientific approaches and collective.
I mean, the white woman not tolerating the abuse and the toxic masculinity. If their MAGA husband is, behaving the way he is and is very destructive and raises their boys in a very destructive way, I think it is at that point on the white woman's responsibility to protect her child is to eliminate that danger, right?
I mean, I wouldn't put my kid in danger, so I agree that the child should be removed from that danger. But the problem is, humans are humans, so single individuals or even single individuals and pairs are going to be extremely flawed, and it just doesn't work. I think there's not enough infrastructure built to expand what schools should be, what housing should be, and what child rearing should be. We should do it as a community. It takes a village.
But our federal government can't do that. That states and local have to do that. Being facetious here. However needs to happen.
But do we hold parents responsible if their children are out of control?
Well, I think this is the way that the country works now. People say that they attempt to, but even if the parents are held responsible, does it solve the issue? My thing is that when I used to teach, I would always say sometimes I would interact with parents and they would be cursing out the kids or cursing out the teachers. And I'm like, listen, you shouldn't treat the teachers like that. You shouldn't be cursing your kid out like this either.
Safe travels, Myanmar.
I can't expect
Safe travels, beautiful.
the conditions that these people have lived in, the way that they've been raised, what they have available for them to actually even be able to show up, to their greatest potential because they have not reached it. So the difficult task is figuring out how to build a society where we don't reproduce the types of behavior like incel culture, the types of extremely problematic behavior like who are racist or transphobic or they think that because a woman won't speak for them they should kill them. This comes with a complete and utter restructuring how we interact with children as they develop over time. And I don't know, I think it's necessary.
I guess me being in Texas and the Bible Belt, I see a lot of women who disagree with their husbands, who think that their husbands are, the MAGA husbands are out of control. And a lot of times they would justify it and say, well, he's not physically abusive. It's they think that it's physical. But the way that they are raising their kids and allowing the father, right, their husband to raise their son in a very unhealthy ways, right? I think it's at that point it's the mother's responsibility to either put a stop to it and no, or just paying more attention to your kid. And I understand financially not everybody can make their abuser and everything else, but I think overall is like I think the white men is the biggest issue in this country. If you look at like violence and everything else, I don't know. I think white women should have some sort of accountability or responsibility to put in more effort, at least in raising their boys better.
Why do you say that? What do you mean by that?
I think I just explained it. I can say it again.
I'm not gonna make you do that because I did come in late.
I will make it short. When a white woman lives with a MAGA husband and she disagrees with him politically, but she knows that his behavior and his views are being affected on their child, especially if it's a boy. To me, I think as a mother, you should recognize that your child is in a dangerous situation. And you should probably try to shield your child from that type of abuse that the father is doing. But a lot of times they justify it and say he's not. For them, abuse is physical. And they don't recognize that mental is sometimes even worse than physical.
So if there are
in my area just popped up out of nowhere. What in the hell? Somebody brought their rain here. Come on, man. Y'all done run me up off my balcony.
You gotta check the weather. If it's always projected to storm through the night, it's gonna go through the morning and then it's gonna stop. We sell lemonade, so I'm watching the weather like a hawk because every time it storms like this, it interrupts sales. But when it rains like this, like with evening, like early morning, I don't care. It's when, like on Memorial Day, it started storming at 1 p.m. That's what like pisses me off because when it's like a 3-day weekend, anything like that, you can always guarantee parks are gonna be full. People are gonna want to be outside with their family, and they're gonna buy lemonade by the boatload. But I've been watching the weather like a hawk. It was always projected to do
each other. Like, you might as well watch us on National Geographic. Like, you can find us somewhere in the wild. We all act a certain way. Like, the narratives get so
thief, a liar. Yeah.
traffic over here.
Okay. Hey, Katie, if he was a thief and a liar and all this other stuff he was, how come Ty, is Ty still on the stage? How come Ty, oh, he's gone. Why does he do that? How come this man won by such a large-ass margin?
Because Trump endorsed him.
But Trump is radioactive. Come on.
Not amongst it's a primary. So, like, you've seen Trump have several candidates that have won in primaries. That's the thing, is that he still has a lot of influence amongst the base.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen her, but yeah, she has like a Jew fro.
Yeah, she had like curly brown hair, light green eyes, green-gray eyes.
And look,
it was weird because it felt good, but I was just like, I'm gonna be honest, it was like the best feeling.
I feel bad doing it to women.
Like when I told women that my dad is North African, and then they see my skin color, they will always African. Never African. Always the African American ones. And when I tell them that my dad is North African, and then they see my skin color, and they'll be like, "Oh, You know the African, you take the fucking Arab.
Especially you, Fatima. I think you know better.
They shut your bitch ass up. They don't even know that there's a whole
Well, why don't you take your bitch ass and shut up? And you know Christ loves you. And you need to knock her off.
What do you want to say? Go ahead, say it a little bit loud. For the
Christ loves you. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
yeah, I know I love myself. Thank you.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about, and I'm saying that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so let's
What are you guys talking about?
No, he just doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't know what scripture stands for. That's all. You're just a,
That's crazy.
you're just a fucking indoctrinated Catholic. That's it. A religious motherfucking Catholic. Yeah. You don't even believe in God. You're just fear. Lots of fear. You don't even believe in yourself.
I believe in you.
You don't believe in me. How can you believe in me if you don't even believe in yourself? That's
You got the potential to do great things, you know, and be part of the change that you want to see in this world. Bitch.
I agree.
oh wow.
Ooh.
That's something I never heard before. That quote. That's so indoctrinated, like propagandized.
Be up and be the change you want to see in your immediate life. Well, if you were standing 3 feet in front of me, you wouldn't call me a
Oh
bitch.
man, that's so true.
Standing 3 feet in front of you, I would fucking knock you into the ground, bitch. Bitch,
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know something? I wouldn't have to do anything bad because I have another woman over here that would choke you the fuck out.
Which one is gonna do that, bitch?
I don't know. I have a whole family that protects me in that regard. My aunt would probably fuck you up.
Damn.
So, whoa, you think it's fucking masculine to fucking come and say my aunt will fuck you up? Can't you defend yourself or, you know, be fucking
No, he says that he's not gonna fight you because he's a man and you're a woman.
No, but still he's treating his auntie, his nanny, whatever is that like.
Maybe because he doesn't have a sister.
So you
I don't have a sister.
You don't know if I would beat your fucking family up and you would take the risk of them trying to beat me up, not knowing if I'll beat them up. Wow, you're such a good man. You're such a good protector of your family. Damn, you think twice next.
That's okay, Fatima. You have pretty privilege, and the privilege that
You're always talking the same shit. Oh, I have pretty privilege.
It's nice that you have pretty privilege, but that doesn't last forever.
I'm pretty privileged.
Damn.
I know I'm good looking, so what? What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to feel sorry that I was born this way? What do you want me to do about it?
Yeah, feel
No,
sorry.
you feel sorry for yourself while you're trying to attract another person while they're looking at all your fucking defects that you make obvious. And then you keep bouncing off of these potential suitors on the basis of your attitude and risk of finding one person that can actually deal with your fucking nonsense.
I'm just gonna tell you something.
It's really not working for you.
You're not that good. You're not good at analyzing people because whatever you do, that's not. I mean, I've heard
I know.
I've heard you try analyzing people. I can tell you, you're not good at analyzing. You're not good at seeing who people are and what they are.
I'm good enough to know that if I kicked you out of here right now,
You're not good enough to know because I just told you you are not.
You're ugly.
Alright, and I'm ugly, so.
Yeah.
You're just telling me to be a bad Christian and then you're calling me.
You try to display your ugliness to push people away from you.
Didn't you
in hopes that you'll find the one person that'll see you for what you are, beautiful on the inside, right?
That's slipped out. Didn't you just tell me to be a better Christian and now you're calling me ugly and shit? Wow, that's...
What you're doing is ugly. This is ugly.
You see, this is religious bullshit.
Yeah, because you're being vain and you're only thinking about yourself and being selfish.
Who the fuck should I be thinking about else?
So?
Who the fuck should I be thinking about?
I don't know.
Well, moderators, this conversation between you and Fatima is delightful. And Fatima, so great to see you, my Instagram bestie.
Yes, yippee! Thank you so much. Let's see you too.
My Instagram bestie. Such a super cutie bestie. Wow, Fatima, such a cutie pie.
How the fuck is she your Instagram bestie? Does she send you like weird ass random ass videos of
Yeah.
today?
She said.
Well, even Alistair here knows as above, so below. Right?
Yeah, Fatima sent me some nudie photos. I was like, whoa, Fatima. Whoa, baby.
It's not Nora.
Wow.
I don't know, Alistair. You like 19-year-olds. Maybe Fatima's up your alley. You guys should date.
She's not 19.
I would definitely take Fatima out on a date if she came to Chicago. We'd have such a great time. We'd update our PTRs. A good guy. Shut up, Chernobyl, free radical, URB 138. Silence.
Yourselves instead of focusing on the positive truth right now.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Wait, no,
You're so pretty.
They are always claiming things and accusing us of things, but they're always fake. So what? Can you give us an example of what you just said that we were doing to each other? What? How are we doing that? Give us an example. How are we doing that? Getting the bad out of each other. How? Tell us.
Well, Abby is slightly an enabler. While she watches you use the N-word, then she tells you all the time, stop doing that. And then instead of not hanging out with you anymore, she still hangs out with you because you're a flawed person and you can be better than that.
Abby never threatened to not hang out with me anymore because I say nigger. What are you talking about? You see, I just told you didn't.
Do you see how you're laughing right now? Do you think
it's funny? I'm sorry.
kindness is going to be extended to you like that? Do you think you're going to continue to make Abby look bad like that?
Didn't I just tell you to stop analyzing people because you're bad at it? This is another example. You're bad at it. You obviously don't know what Abby's doing.
Yeah, I do. What she's doing.
You don't. I just used it. You just tried and you failed.
You're an animal with a hurt fucking leg, and she's trying to get you back to fucking reality, and you're not listening.
That's not true.
That is true.
Oh my fucking god, where's this guy? Like, you're so out of touch.
Well,
I didn't say I was wrong.
I would just.
Fucking wrong, bitch.
My darling Fatima, would you like to read from the Tao Te Ching?
No.
Ooh, guess what I got? I got the Jewish grandmother oracle, the Savtagila.
Fucking what? What's that?
Kisses from Ibiza, made in love.
Alright.
I want to dedicate this little song to my best friend Fatima on Instagram. My Instagram bestie.
Did she send you random ass videos from men digging into the ground?
On the basis of wisdom and knowing better. You guys fucking know better than that.
Leave me out of this, please.
Johnny, now I prefer the mouth part. I have nothing to do with
Yeah, this sounds horrible.
You want to hear my juice?
What the hell? I'm gonna kill you.
Oh my god, I'm not going to check my best friend. I like this song. Alright, babe.
It's basically like an enlarged clitoris harp.
Was that a song? Was that a song?
Daniel Nero, welcome to the show.
Doesn't care about your attention.
You know, Fatima, in the Jewish religion, they say, examine examine the teeth in the horse, but examine the brain in the girl. And so when I look at your PTR, I wonder, are you smarter than a horse?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, open up your mouth. Let's look at your teeth.
Why would you want to look at my teeth? That'd be fine.
Well, then we'll have to examine your brain. What is 300 times 200? 300 times 200.
Another calculator. Just to I think it's about maybe 4 or something.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no?
What is 100 times 100?
Is that so bad?
What's 100 times 100?
It's your mother.
Mom?
That's funny, actually. Is your mom still awake, John?
Yeah, she just called me. She's like, I'm unfortunately not going to be visiting you this year because my money won't allow for it because I have to roll over the CDs to capture the interest rate. So I won't be coming to your house in October. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. Then I thought to myself, I was like, does she know that she's like cutting me a break? It's not like she has to make it up that she can't afford to travel. The fact of the matter is she could easily afford to travel, but I'm just glad that she's already planning ahead that far in the future. Narges, welcome to the show.
I love your picture.
Daniel Murrow, here's the artist.
Daniel, what's up with your art sport, man? You're being on point. I was talking about Daniel's AI pictures today.
He's on fire.
Yes.
The Daniel Miro Gallery.
You're like an artist.
Minimum purchase $3.99. Prepare to be amazed. Daniel Miro, the legend.
Daniel, make me one with my cat.
Anything for you, baby. Let me.
No, me and John know each other for a long time.
Can you fucking contain this animal, you fucking dumbass?
You know, when I went to Chicago, I told this story like a billion times.
What are we? Are we some extraterrestrial species to you or something?
Yeah, you're being extra testicle.
Me?
Yes.
Why? Wrinkle this epididymis.
Yeah.
Can't believe I got kicked out by so many people today but left outside your room. It's like
I know, nobody likes it. I guess it's our fault.
Nobody likes you, I was talking about that. Okay. Hey Daniel, how are you doing? Why don't you speak Daniel? Why are you so quiet lately? Are you trying to like get Clubhouse off your back? Are they on your heels or something? Although am I fucking talking to the Oscar? Somebody was out or something?
Caravan lying like a little bitch.
What the fucking bitch ass something?
Yeah, how about I do a fucking drum or a snare in your fucking head? Shut up. Fucking hell. Fucking backhand, you shut up.
This is getting really violent.
Yeah, it's getting a bit You still get that fucking horse as your picture. What are you doing with that fucking horse in that picture? I just slow that down.
What the fuck is wrong with the horse, bitch?
That's how I'm feeling towards this.
It's like your mother. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with that horse?
That being a busy girl over here.
What's
Why are you guys always complaining the other person one thing just because you're here?
Because you're causing fucking big ears.
No, that's not
What are you doing? Just so I can have you in here because I can exclude people.
I am here. I can spend time with you.
And now I'm getting the suspicion maybe Gray made a good choice. Maybe we need to get rid of him. So, can you do me a giant solid and prove Gray wrong?
I cannot be a clown and be somebody else than myself.
I'm sorry, that was not that good.
For everybody to cooperate and be positive. Like what's going on?
What are we doing?
Well, you can take your skate hooker, fucking Fatima, and get the fuck out with her, or she can go by herself if she wants.
Not responsible.
No, we're better now. Okay, thank you. What's going on? Somebody needs a little bit of a timeout.
I'll tell you, the way that people live their lives today is shocking. The things they think, the things they say, the things they do. Shocking.
Sure is, man. When you're one to talk, man, especially considering the fact that you want to take an 18-year-old with you to the bar.
I wasn't taking an 18-year-old to
She's
the
not even
bar.
of age to fucking drink. I mean, how do you take somebody who's fucking under 21 to a fucking bar and like buy
I wasn't taking an underage girl to a bar. I was taking a 19-year-old girl to a restaurant, and we didn't even get to go because she canceled when she woke up and said, "Wait a minute,
You know what?
I don't think this is gonna work."
Liquor out my fucking nose.
I talked to my mom. She's like, "Did you go out on a date?" I was like, "Yeah, I took this 19-year-old girl to a restaurant, and when we get to the restaurant, she says, just take me home."
You didn't get no suits, no. You didn't invite her over to your house for a fucking drink after you checked her ID. You just took her out and then went back home. Come on, dude, be real.
I'm telling you the truth. I don't know what to tell you.
Did you bring her back home with you?
No, she wanted to be dropped off back at home, and I said, "No problem."
Exactly.
I said, "No problem. Let me take you home right now. Bye. Nice meeting you. Take care." Hello? Hello?
What a gentleman.
Yeah. I mean, I even sent her Zodiac. Didn't even charge for it.
That's adorable.
Daniel, welcome back. Daniel Nero, the artist of Clown House. The true artist.
Dude, that's a handsome motherfucker right there. Don't fucking play.
This is a very nice room reset now that Abby and Fatima are gone. Oh my god. The things they have to say boggle the mind. Could you imagine living with them? Oy vey. What was that? Hello?
John, you can't live with anybody but your fucking self, dude. Shut up.
Well, all communication is projection, I suppose.
Yeah, you get this big giant house and nobody to fucking put in it, and then you want to go out there and chase the squirrels in your fucking garden, dude. Come on, who are you cooking for at the end of the day but yourself?
Rabboni Shalom, from your lips to God's ears and Shemayim.
How are you gonna fill that house with some kids, dude? What's going on?
I don't know. I tried to lease my house out to the United Nations.
I don't know, dude. You're so fucking scary. You can't even have Daniel come and fucking visit you and sleep on your fucking floor.
That would be awful, Daniel. You wouldn't want to do that.
That would be a great fucking thing because, Daniel's a good person and he would never touch any of your bullshit, especially if you specified not to fucking touch it.
No, Daniel will have to get an Airbnb or use hotels.com to find his accommodations and reservations upon arrival.
No matter, dude, if I came over to your house tonight, would you have me in your fucking living room?
No, absolutely not.
That's right, man, because you're scary.
That's scary. No, I would meet you at a bar.
That's right, you're scary.
I would meet you at a bar underneath the moon. Hello?
What are you funny? If I said, hey, Daniel, I'm coming over to your house tonight and I'm taking a bus over there or a fucking airplane.
Hello?
On your floor.
Hello? 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 Hey, Fatima. Hello? Clown House Bestie, Instagram Zesty. Ooh, Fatima in the house. Bestie on Instagram in the house. Fatima.
And by the way, I wouldn't have to worry about Danielle touching me while I'm sleeping or anything like that because he's a cool guy.
Uh-huh.
Do you get scared of that, Mr. John?
Mm-mm.
So why are you scared to sleep around like a man or another woman in your own house? What's the matter with you?
Well, you're putting words in my mouth. I don't understand where this projection is coming from.
Well, instead of screwing a fucking 18-year-old in the mirror like American Psycho, you know?
Really?
Yeah, really.
Well, I haven't had sex, I think, in probably 6 months. I'm like a virgin again. Like a virgin. For the... Ooh, Fatima wants to have sex with me? Ow. Instagram bestie. You accepted my request from over 20 different Instagram accounts. Mark Zuckerberg helped spread the virus.
Oh yeah, oh my fucking god, stop following me, Carlos. Stop following me, stop following me, Carlos.
You keep showing up in my recommendation. I can't help it, bestie, but you keep showing up because I follow you with all the accounts, and now they keep showing me your account all the time. Can't help it. It's okay, we're building bridges with Europe for the coming war. Sorry, you're in the European Matrix. Can't hear you, Fatima.
Like, bro, like, we need to run a account.
Yeah, that's what people tell me all the time. You're scaring me, John. Is that a projection? Is all communication projection?
Do you want to fucking break up, try to get over?
We're not Clubhouse official. What are you talking about? We can't break up if we're not Clubhouse official.
Do you want me to go?
Oh, you put her in the goo, thank God.
You're about to go next.
Well, that's fine. You could kick me anytime if you want. You could also listen to a page from a book.
Like, I will,
I was about to boom that fucker.
You just don't act like
I was so close to booming it.
if you want to
Who boomed the room? Boom!
I respect your decision. You cannot be my Mr. Alistair.
Well, the thought did go through my head to boom the room, but I didn't do it because, I was just gonna go create my own room anyways, but.
Get your bitch ass up, John.
Oh, shit. Well, what was I gonna say?
I told you to shut your bitch ass up.
Whoa, damn. I thought we were Instagram besties.
You bend Fatima over and you take your fucking hand right across the fucking ass cheeks.
Spank it.
And you tell her to shut her fucking bitch ass up.
Spank that booty.
That's right.
What filthy mind do you have? Good question.
Fatima, stop acting up, dude. Stop acting up.
I'm not acting like anything.
You're acting up.
Oh.
You're embarrassing your friend Abby by acting like this.
I'm not acting up. I'm just up.
Yeah, you're acting up.
We are nuts. We are nuts. I don't know what you're saying.
Why are you bringing Abby into this? What does Abby have?
Please don't. I'm literally on mute the whole time. Like, stop.
I am my own person.
You guys come up here.
No, that's not true. I've been in your rooms without her many times.
We got it. You're coming. Okay, you want to say something else about
Even this morning, I was in your room without her.
You want to add something to that? We come.
Okay, she can listen.
You log in, like the countdown just begins. Slow spin, every scroll just leads to him. Full page, pulling traffic to the booth. His name on your lips like something new. You pull that palette from your pocket, right here. Say I don't usually even talk it, pretend that you want an option. It could be a better option. You got me. Doing up the midnight moves, yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room, click on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes, we're breaking the rules. You got me, oh yeah, doing up the midnight moves, feeling like I'm stuck on truth. If this is the moment, I don't want to blow it, only these after midnight moves. Real talk, got the taxes on my mind. Scrolling, chunk it over, it's your time. We laugh at the chaos in the mix. One vote for a city we can fix. You let us message for the drama. So real, so we can heat up every dollar. Tonight you want an option. It could be your better option. Massive melons. You got me, doing at the midnight moves. Oh yeah, right here. On the screen, inside my room. Click on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. You got me, doing at the midnight moves. Acting like I'm stuck on truth. If this is your moment, don't know. Only these have to midnight. You, yeah. Lights fade, but the votes go round. Don't slow. When things running through the town. If this is just a one-night drive, then let's stay up. Give that ride. You got me doing at the midnight move. Right here on the screen inside my room. Waiting for his name, tired of his name, ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. You got me, doing at the midnight move. Skipping like I'm stuck. This is a moment I don't want to know it. Only these every minute. Oh, you, yeah, you.
Beat that music off. That's so wrong.
Like the countdown just begins, slow spin. Every scroll just seems to him. Full page. On the traffic to the pool. His name on your lips like something new. Pull it out from the pocket. Right. Say I don't usually even talk it. Hello? Sorry about that.
Shut your big ass up.
Oh damn, she's back and she's feisty. I hear at least 25. I hear 25 to 35% of all women in Sweden this summer will be raped.
I heard 100% you should shut your big ass up.
Bestie, Instagram bestie, why are you doing this? Bestie. I'm not buying you any more drinks on the patio this summer, bestie. You need to learn how to talk like a lady and be polite.
I'm going through something.
You going through poo-poo?
Shut your bitch ass up, don't say it like that.
Again, I'm not buying you any more cocktails so you can enjoy the summer patio.
I don't drink anyways, though.
Bartender, close out my tab and don't give Fatima any more cosmopolitans.
Were you gonna bring her to Arabella?
My friend owns that restaurant that I grew up with.
I love that bar.
Yeah, my friend is a
It
successful
was so
poker player.
cute during Halloween. They decorated with like a witch on the what do you call it? What is schommel in Engels? A swing? Yeah, swing. They had a witch on a swing, a doll. It was so cute.
Mm.
And I drank the pistachio cocktail. It was really bad. I don't like when Americans put ice cubes in their cocktails because it smells like fluoride.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, it ruins the whole drink.
Some people use like bottled water or spring water or soda water. Like they don't use tap water for the ice too.
Yes, that's good because it really ruins the drink.
Yeah, there's like when you go to a bar, you never see anybody making like fresh squeezed or lemonade or clementines or oranges. Like there's no work that goes into making your fucking cocktail at a bar, and that is just like so fucking lazy and annoying because I would pay more if you were willing to like squeeze some fucking fruit into my cocktail beverage. Like what the fuck? Yeah, I squeeze, lemons here at home, and it's just like, wow, if you put a lemon in your drink, it's like, wow, it's so much better with it,
Yeah, it is. That's how we know you're a Mediterranean man. Lemon in your water. What are you doing in this room?
Well, I was just about to read some Ayn Rand because I'm progressing rapidly through the virtue of selfishness.
I finished it in 2 days. How is that reading that over a month?
Because I'm clipping it all on YouTube and I'm taking my time.
He's like literally rereading everything.
I'm on page 74 right now. You want to hear one page or half a page?
I prefer Dowdy Jane.
Okay, you want to hear Dowdy Jane? I got that too.
Hannah is goddess. She's goddess of philosophy.
I just think her sex life with what's his name? Daniel
Nero?
No, Daniel Bertrand or whatever the fuck. Oh, Nathaniel.
Yeah, this is not the artist. Stop judging.
Nathaniel Brandon.
You know, Ayn Rand really reminds me of Janet Yellen.
Mm-hmm.
She's literally the modern Ayn Rand.
Yeah, you could say
You know who Janet Yellen is, Nargis? Sorry, Deepak?
Yeah, it's ex the Reserve Board.
Yeah.
The Reserve Bank.
She's just like my grandmother.
Wait, let Deepak talk. What are you saying, Deepak?
I'm saying it's a bit ironic you think that because the ex head of the Reserve Board, Alan Greenspan, he was like a huge Ayn Rand fan. In fact, he was part of her like inner circle for a long time.
Ayn Rand is like the most influential character in my life. Oh my gosh. I saw. She was my career based off of her. I came to the US to join her institute. That was my entire focus of coming here years ago.
So rich person from a rich family reads
Narcissus, why are you making this up? You told me that you saw on Craigslist Barnum and Bailey was recruiting, and that's why you moved to San Diego.
I read her Fountainhead. I became an architect. I worked for a guy. Guys, I actually worked for a guy whose practice was called the Fountainhead. Oh, nice. Yeah, she's such an influence in my life. I literally have to. Really practical. Maybe movies not that I get older and I watch. I'm not shocked.
What about the words?
Which one?
The words.
The words?
Yeah, the words.
What's fucking words, bitch?
And you're a millionaire. Right coalition. Ravens dive.
Night sheets promise, spirits strive. To the living, let the dead come now alive.
Thanks for sharing that. Can anybody relate to that? Or can we move on?
We can move on. What was that?
Right. Raves asunder, man's delight, our ghost, our corpse, and we will wizard at the spell. The buried, the dead slain rise again.
Watch Cremister too.
We can hear you, we are just not listening.
No, I think you would like Cremister too, Regal. Best of the whole series. But I think you would like to.
Danny, I feel like you needed pets as well. You can use Fatima as your pet in your profile picture.
Audronic laughed. He stood naked at the edge of the cliff. The lake lay far below him. A frozen explosion of granite burst and flagged to the sky over motionless water. The water seemed immovable, the stone flowing. The stone had the stillness of one brief moment in battle, when thrust meets thrust, and the currents are held in a pause, more dynamic than motion. The stone glowed, wet, with sun rays. What a write-off. You guys should read her work, even if you don't like her philosophy. She just writes beautifully.
I'm just shocked you guys don't get the reference.
Of what?
Get the fuck over it.
Bitch ass. What do you say, bitch ass Regal?
I don't know about
If you don't even know what the fuck you're
Not
talking
again,
about,
so
like, how are we gonna fucking know what the fuck you're talking about? Like, bro.
you're kind of disgusting, and you make me think that
Fucking
you're like nasty.
disgusting, bitch. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm disgusting. How can I be even disgusting to you, bro?
Take that short belt.
Your pictures are cool. Hi, Nikki, Daniel, Vanderbilt. How's it going? I tried to have a philosophical conversation with Honey Badger, and I didn't know how to answer his questions because he kept getting caught up in the idea that like God desires something, and I'm like, what? God desires? And I'm like, what? That's a problem. Well, he's coming from a Christian paradigm. He's coming from a human paradigm. That's. Anyways, it's like.
I think he has a lot of faith, even enough for you. Paul, when I cry.
I was going to say that I think your problem is that you don't know how to respond with the appropriate suit probing or anything. So for in this case, like if he asks you like does God desire something, you should just respond. And by desire, do you mean a normative notion? Well, I knew you more about that, but a sword fealty to the sword of my master Amber. Yeah.
Chapter 1. The nuclear family. His talk, her teeth. When your mama was the geek, my dreamlets, Papa would say. She made the nipping off of noggins such a they'd cluck and show us your choppers. This same Crystal Lil, our star-haired mama, sitting snug on the built-in sofa that was already spent at night, would chuckle at the sewing in her lap and shake her head. Don't piffle to the children, Al. Those hens ran like whiteheads. Nights on the roads, this would be, between shows and towns, some campground or pull-off.
with the other vans, trucks, and trailers of Ben Whiskey's Carnival Fabulon ranged up around us, safe in our portable village. After supper, sitting with full bellies in the lamp glow, we Ben Whiskies were supposed to read and study, but if it rained, the story mood would sneak up on Papa. The hiss and tick on the metal of our big living van distracted him from his papers. Rain on a show night was catastrophe. Rain on the road meant talk, which for Papa was pure pleasure. It's a shame and pity, Lil, he'd say, that these offspring of yours should only know the slumming summer geeks from Yale. Princeton, dear, Mama would correct him mildly. Randall will be a sophomore this fall. I believe he's our first Princeton boy. We children would sense our story slipping away to trivia. Artie would nudge me, and I'd pipe up with, "Tell about the time when Mama was the geek." And Artie and Ellie and Iffy and Chick would all slide into line with me on the floor between Papa's chair and Mama. Mama would pretend to be fascinated by her sewing, and Papa would tweak his swooping mustache and vibrate his tangled eyebrows, pretending reluctance. "Well," he'd begin, "it was a long time ago."
What is that from?
Geek Love.
Oh, Catherine.
Catherine Dunn.
Yeah, wow. Wow. That was older. You read it?
I'm just wondering, does anyone here think that they are a highly annoying person or an extremely annoying person? Anyone?
I'm so annoying.
Rich coming from you, John.
No, I'm so annoying, but I'm so cute. So I'm like cute and annoying. You know, I can appreciate that myself.
Somebody else add Fatima up.
I want to read this from Deepu, the Maharaja of the world.
Can you please behave yourself?
I always behave.
Yeah, for now. Listening.
Equally ready.
Yes.
Where the mind is without fear, I remember not.
It is obvious. Yeah, we have to learn that in school.
Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father. Let my country awake. Let my country awake. That was for Deepu. Deepu, baby.
Well, what's something crazy? Daniel, are you still there? Okay, never mind. He's not home right now. So if this is what we're doing now, then I will read out like one of my favorite poems. So it's actually in Tamil, which is sort of my native language, but it's translated to English. Very short. It's called Red Earth and Pouring Rain. Actually, the translation is like really good. What could my mother be to yours? What kin is my father to yours anyway? And how did you and I meet ever? But in love, our hearts have mingled like red earth and pouring rain.
Hey, you've been scrolling for a while now. Join me and let's go take some deep breaths together. Who's it by?
It's by like an 18th century Tamil poet called Sempula Pioneer. It's hard for me to read it, but it's like it was translated by another guy. I think the translation is really good.
That's good. Really nice.
Who wrote She Walks in Beauty Like the Night? Can anyone guess?
Not words of it, or words of it, one of them.
You think? Oh, not Byron.
Oh, maybe.
Walks in Beauty Like the Night of clouds, climes, starry skies,
Dark.
and bright lead in her aspects and her eyes off. One shade the more, one gray the less.
Take a walk down the aisle at the end of the mile, given to
Can we talk about
the charms at the Admiral's arms. I mean, am I supposed to stop? Like, what happened?
Your mother.
Okay, Fatima, maybe you have something more important to say than I do.
Yeah, well, I do have something more important to say.
Oh my god. Fatima. That is really useless.
Go ahead, Fatima. You can do it. Instagram bestie.
Her name's Fatima, not Fatima. I'm gonna go with Fatima.
Oh my god.
Go ahead, Fatty. Let it out, Fatty. You're not cute like Zabu.
So don't do it.
I know you've probably never done Toastmasters, but you actually sound like a butch lesbian when you use profanity, FYI.
Yeah, what did you think? I really don't.
Bestie!
Stop pointing it out.
Instagram bestie! Instagram bestie!
In the audio of her phone, like speaker and her mic, because it just sounds so awful every time she speaks. Like,
Don't worry about it. She can do it to herself. You don't have that anymore.
Fucking big. Like, what?
Like all this spit and earwax, it's just ew.
Ew. Imagine being a fucking dirty ass Indian.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, I am a dirty ass Indian.
Listen.
Hey, don't laugh at my Instagram bestie, okay?
Stop laughing. It's not funny.
Yeah, if we want some comedy, you'll let me do a routine for at least 60 seconds. This isn't very good comedy.
Listen, I'm just going to make it clear. We don't do what Andrew and his cronies do. We don't condescend people or act like we're better than them. Okay?
This is coming from Beetlejuice. Okay? Beetlejuice.
Oh.
If people only knew how much of a dirty Indian I actually am, you know?
What does that mean to be a dirty Indian? Nobody is dirty. Just let's chill, man.
I'm fucking scary as fuck.
We can get Fatima back up here. Let's try to do that. And let's stay positive. Let's try that.
Little hair didn't ever hurt anybody.
Well, if we want to have more positivity, let's just take the deepest breath of the day, everybody, and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Here we go.
I tried for 2 seconds, and I don't have enough discipline to last out the rest of the 10 seconds and do this exercise. I'm good with it.
I almost shaved my legs the other day. Just letting you know, Nargis, I almost gave in. Almost.
Oh, God, that's kind of...
Well, the next question is how long has it been?
It's been over 13 years.
Zabu, do you shave in the bathtub? Because that's when I do all my shaving, is in a hot bath. No. Sometimes I try it, but ergonomically...
I can remove all the hair on my legs with one wax strip.
Ooh.
Each his asshole.
That would be interesting. I've never tried it. You know, it is a shame that there aren't like really good ways to try.
See all the fucking thing on it like it's a fucking bat.
Ooh.
And then you fucking like shave it from there, right?
Ah!
You know, bro, do you know what the goat is?
What's the goat?
The goat is when you pull your pants down and then you put your nutsack over the overlap of the back of your pants and let it hang down like a nutsack from a goat.
It's genius.
But you gotta catch somebody with it though. Like you have to be like, yo, come over here. Like I'm trying to do something, and then they come in and they see the goat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my Tuesday night just got less boring. I got things to do when I get back to the house.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys never heard of the cheeseburger?
Uh-oh.
Oh God.
Double?
Dude, you never heard of John? You seem like the type of guy that would know this. You ever heard of penis puppets?
Penis puppets?
Yeah, that's a thing, dude. It's a real thing.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. On HBO?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the vagina monologue. Imagine if we could relaunch the vagina monologues and just do like vagina puppets.
Bro, that's even better. Have you actually seen a woman that can do vagina magic? You ever heard of that?
No, do tell.
Dude, it's something else, man. They can make shit fucking appear, and you think it's coming out of their fucking cunt, but it's like not.
Fascinating.
Ew, can you stop, please?
All right, I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I can open
Jesus.
a beer bottle with my vagina.
Let's show some respect to the female
Man,
anatomy.
that's pretty fucking tight.
Wait, what did you say? You can open up a Miller High Life with your butt crack?
No, I said I can open a
Butt
beer
crack is crazy.
with my vagina.
You can open a beer with your vagina?
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's like a common like club trick in like Thailand. Like,
Ugh.
Let's go.
Now that's a pussy that can grip.
Have you ever taken a bottle of champagne, shook it up, and then stuck it in your vagina?
That'd be amazing.
Oh, John, stop. We're supposed to get off it, right? I thought we were supposed to get off it.
I'm just saying, you know, what are those things that people put on their mattresses? The mattress guard, you know, waterproof mattress guard?
You should always have one.
I'm just trying to be silly, you know, the ghost with the most over here.
You should always have one. Mattress.
Dude, Core, I told you, the splash guard, I know what you're talking about over here. Oh, shit.
You ever go down on a grill and come back up and it was like you went through a car wash?
Torture device. It's called the anal umbrella with the splash guard on it. Dude, don't sleep on fucking Core. He's like from the fucking CIA, dude. Like, she was like telling me she works for the government today and shit.
Real, stop it.
You have no idea, dude. This bitch will fuck you up.
Her
You know, I'm
Badissi.
starting to do the Austin Powers thing that done.
Do the trick.
Sorry to bring you.
Somebody gives Abu $20 and she'll do the trick.
Makes you. Oh, ask Alex when she was 10 feet tall.
So ask Alan. Push like a shelf.
I don't know, ask Daniel.
I don't know, Andricus, what's going on in there? Are you part of the crew over there, or are you part of this crew?
What are you talking about?
He's talking about bi-curious Andrew
I'm
R.
a part of multiple tribes, and I am a tribe unto myself.
she's a free agent.
That's right.
That's the best. Yeah.
Are you serious?
He's got some goons
Okay,
on
all right, okay. Dude, I encountered you before there. You're like, you know, I like the line of questioning.
You need to understand, I am a completely independent free agent, like Cora said.
What do you think about Bob in there?
Didn't you like the line of questioning that really good
On a percentage of 100. On a percentage of 100 or 1 to 10, what's your likelihood for the existence of God? 10 being absolute, yes, and 1 being no.
I mean, that's gonna change depending on the concept you're talking about.
Your God concept. No, I'm not. Your God
How do
concept.
you feel
Hello?
about the God of the Bible? How do you feel about that?
0% on that one. Like less than 0%.
Okay. How about the God of philosophy that people keep spewing about?
Like the Aristotelian ultimate, the theistic kind of thing.
Yeah.
That one, it's like somewhere in the low decimals.
Oh shit. Okay, so you're slightly convinced by it. That's interesting. I like that.
I think it's just a way I'm saying I have less conceptual issues with such models.
No. I like the idea that you like the problem of evil, and we want to exclude this, and there's this ultimate God of philosophy that we have. And some Christians are claiming that it overlaps with the Bible, but it kind of really doesn't.
There's some serious discrepancies between a philosophical theistic Aristotelian kind of model and the Christian model. I mean, some serious discrepancies.
Well, Aristotle and Plato used to be fucking friends, and
kind of like Tolkien and Lewis. Yeah, I get.
Yeah. So there's always another day for this discussion, but I'm actually glad that I'm happy about this.
Can you get a mod?
Yeah. Sure. Well, John, you're not getting one though.
Yeah, he will enter him.
Boom. Who boomed the room? Who boomed the room? It was me. Who boomed the room? It was me. Who boomed the room? It was me. It was me who boomed the room. It was me. I boomed the room. I boomed it for you. It was me, and I boomed the room for you.
So, not dumb brutes, more like another highly capable human cousin.
Cora, you made it.
Ruthless, like warrior
Who
hunters.
boomed the room? Cora, it was me.
Because they were
It was me.
you were gonna die. They were just a bunch of humans and a bunch of Neanderthals. The regular humans were gonna be the ones to die out, not the other way around.
Who boomed the room?
Why do you think
It was me.
why do you think they went extinct?
Oh, there's lots of reasons. The three top theories is humans were just vicious, like we were predatory, like we just didn't give up, and we occupied every niche. We had sex with all their women, and they had very small groups. They had small groups. They didn't really expand. They left Africa, 200,000 years before we did, and they didn't really, have a population explosion. They always had small bands of Neanderthals. And the other thing is they could not exploit their resources because they were kind of isolated to the brain that they killed.
I boomed the room. It was me. I boomed the room. It was me. I boomed the room. It was me. Hello. It was me. I boomed the room. It was me. Yes, it was me. I boomed the room.
Oh, thank you.
It was me. Hello?
We borrowed a lot of things. We borrowed long distance running from them. We brought
Long distance what? Running?
long distance running. Yeah, we borrowed that.
That's what we do well as humans. Like that's what we excel at.
Yeah, but that came from them. We got white skin from them. We got
We'll outlast our prey and catch it eventually and have to track it down. That's why one of the reasons why we survived.
Yeah, we were able to survive long distances without water, store salt. That's why, like, like some basketball players right now, and they're on the basketball court, they die of a heart attack from a sodium channel that's ancient to humans but wasn't part of Neanderthal evolution. All kinds of things we found from them, including the fat storage. All that kind of shit. So if you're fat,
You're fine.
So I guess with them, primarily existing in Arctic climates, I guess my question is, phenotypically, did they appear like darker complected, or would they still take on more lighter complexion just due to the climate in which they lived in? Maybe, I don't know. I'm just asking. Just probing.
They had about the same range of skin tones as humans do today.
Oh wow.
Chicken knows a lot about this stuff. Pretty cool. Might seem to be expert in these things.
What do you know about dolphins? Yes, I'm launching the hate campaign against dolphins, so any useful information I'm all for it. Yes, dolphins are evil, and I will not let the propaganda get me. So,
just don't go in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, of course not. I don't know how to swim. But nevertheless, I just still feel as if I need to launch a hate campaign towards them. That's my personal mission in life.
You think if you launch a hate campaign against
if I can turn one person against them, then I've done what I set out to do.
Okay, so let's say you turn someone against dolphins. What's gonna happen?
Yes.
What's gonna happen?
I think it's a joke.
There's gonna be one.
So we're all on the same page.
It's gonna be one less person that believes in the propaganda in regards to dolphins, and that's enough of me.
This is hilarious.
Sounds like you got a business plan.
Yeah, if I can just get one person, and then that one person can get one person, and then we just keep doing it until we got MLM.
I'm gonna inspire the dolphins
hate.
to put a hate campaign against Tom.
They're like smart kids. They harass other animals, they harass each other, but they kill sharks. So
They do kill sharks.
But they kill each other too.
Well, so do we.
So do we.
Well, I get that part, but we're not talking about us. That's our problem. We're not talking about us. We're talking about dolphins, and I think we all know.
Don't have the largest part of their budget strictly to building missiles.
Well, to be fair, the PR that dolphins are running, like they're getting good PR for no reason. I just don't feel like enough people are well versed on the things that the dolphins be doing, and I don't think that's right.
You're right.
I think killer whales. I personally believe that the idea of them allowing. Exactly. Yes. I don't appreciate them being allowed to name a whale a killer whale. I feel like that's stereotypic with dolphins. And that's my point. My point about it is the dolphins got the whale got a good rap.
Whales.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. That's her point.
I'm simply saying that
Wait, why do you have
I'm tired of dolphins.
Were you the bear thing? What's the bear thing?
Yeah, they were just a mammal, and if you go back in fossil record, they kind of look like a bear. They kind of like a long.
I even look like a bear.
Like a stretched out bear, like the way that a polar bear is. That's the fossil record, and they eventually they become aquatic. Yeah.
Belugas look a little bear like. Polar bear like. Honestly.
Is it true that things cannot, I guess, de-evolve? Because I think I heard someone bring it up one time where it was like, oh, well, they went back into the ocean.
Evolution doesn't have a direction.
Well, I guess so maybe you can give me the better verbiage for it. But essentially, they left the water and came on land, and then they went back to the water. But when they went back to the water, instead of going back to their fins going left and right, it stuck with the up and down. And so essentially, let me find it. You know what? Let me find it because y'all ain't gonna make me feel crazy. Hold on.
I'm definitely saying that with a lot of rigor.
I'm gonna find it because I swear I was watching marine biologists talk about
I like this succinct nature of your talk.
Hold on. It's articles on it. And I thought I would put it in the chat.
I would like when someone's formulating a blueprint in real time.
And Dehena's got a really nice PTR. It's really cool.
He does. He does actually.
I think the apocalypse will be signaled by Steve doing a very good version of Pro.
Yeah, that's possible. What would an imitation of Pro from Steve sound like? Just me doing an imitation of him. It'd be like something like looking in a mirror in the bathroom with a mirror behind you kind of thing.
I've never heard of doing impersonation. I don't even know what that would sound like.
I don't know. I like when he gets all
I'm in front of the computer and I'm listening to Pro's voice now. I'm really working on trying to emulate Pro. I'm failing.
I like when his voice gets all high because it gets clear. Suddenly all the smoker's voice like clears up. I don't know. You know, it does that. Okay then, I'll go on mute. I'll just shut the fuck up.
That's not a lot. That's funny.
I'll just go sit in the corner and pout. Fine then. I like Steve. Steve doesn't really lose his cool that much. He just gets a little bit more animated. He just accepts his punishment.
Give me 5 minutes, he'll lose his cool.
It's 11:48.
But talk matters. I love that mixer board. I'll tell you what, that mixer board is about as modern as they get.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice one. It's not much different than mine.
App, are you there? Yeah, question.
Is it about dolphins?
It is.
Yeah.
I just thought it was like, I mean, first of all, like, it's.
Dolphins. Or kiss the dolphins.
Okay, really not. I've never swum with the dolphins. I have seen them. I've seen them in tanks. Pictures. It's actually rather really funny. It's happening. Just came out of nowhere with the dolphin thing.
Yeah, well,
I was curious, like, why? What's with the dolphins?
She has a stand-up comedy flair. If you haven't noticed.
The problem with the dolphins is I don't like the fact that when you talk about dolphins, all you hear is positive things. And I don't trust anything or anyone that the only thing you hear is positive things. And that made me believe that there has to be a PR team that is pushing this rhetoric that dolphins are great. And the fact.
Is it positive thing that dolphins are druggies? I think it's called SeaWorld, I'm pretty sure.
I just feel as if we need to call the thing.
Did you watch the documentaries on all this? Did you watch the documentaries on like shampoo and all this stuff? Like all these like killer whales that went rogue and started eating people. Did you watch all that stuff?
We're not talking about the killer whales right now. We're talking exclusively about the dolphins. And how they are horrible. Well, we just going by the name, you know. Yeah, I look at it like this.
What's your
the
problem,
dolphin?
Flipper?
The dolphin would kill
Did
you.
you watch Flipper as a kid? Did you watch
They
Flipper?
call him Flipper Fast and Lightning.
Yeah, that was a great show.
They call him
Flipper, Flipper.
faster than
There were no black actors on Flipper.
There's no black actor.
There were no human actors on Flipper. It was a dolphin.
Oh no, I might be
Flipper pissed me off.
Flipper was black.
before you label me a dolphin apologist.
Flipper was laughing of the ocean.
He was.
I think
How come James Brown wasn't on Flipper? There was no James Brown.
Yeah, point. He was on the
But James Brown doesn't swim, so there's a problem.
I'm not sure about that.
I don't even remember the damn dolphin. It was Jessica Alba, the dolphin.
Oh my gosh. Stop it. Whoa. I'm talking about Jessica Alba. Who brought her into the picture?
Flipper.
There was a dolphin in that show? Like what?
I'm talking about Jessica Alba right now. I don't know about your dolphin show.
Who?
Oh yeah, she was in the Flipper thing. Or some TV show with dolphins. What was it called, Elliot?
I think it was Flipper.
Really? No, it wasn't Flipper. It wasn't.
I remember to the bottom.
I remember the show.
I never watched Flipper, but the point of the matter is, I just feel as if we just don't talk about the bad thing dolphins do enough.
I watched Flipper. I watched all good reruns. Gilligan's Island, Flipper, Jetsons, all that stuff.
It was Flipper, you damn liars. Jessica Alba.
Well, it was a newer Flipper, not the original.
Flipper's from like the 60s, bro.
Yeah, 64 to 67, dude. Old ass show.
Well, I mean, I was born in the fucking 80s. So.
Bro, we were watching it in the 80s. Bro, I was watching Happy Days. I remember watching, what was it, like Star Trek in like the 80s, thinking it was like a new show like that. Whatever year that was.
Famous story about the original Star Trek was Michelle Nichols was compelled by MLK to stay on the show. She wanted to quit because of all the racism.
That's right. You talked her into it. You said you are a beacon of light. You need to stay in this. You are a big inspiration to all of us. She was like, I was? Sorry, Stooge.
In Taft, Star Trek did not have any dolphins on it, so it's a good thing.
Good for them.
They did have whales, though, actually.
And when we finish with the dolphins, my next animal group that I'm going after is the pandas.
That's wow. You're excited around that.
I personally believe that we're fighting too hard against natural selection. At some point, we must let them die.
They do die on their own.
Oh.
I don't know if I would say we're fighting against it, but we also create pugs.
Wait, comedy show.
We create pugs out of panda?
What are you doing?
No, I'm just saying, I don't think natural selection's dead when we keep propagating bugs.
Right.
You have a lot of material to have for a stand-up show. I just want to point that out.
Well, thank you. But I'm so for real about the pandas. I do feel as if we are fighting very hard to keep animals alive that wants to die. Obviously, they want to die. They don't want to be here no more. And they made up their mind, but for some reason, we have not accepted that.
Taft is I'm here to fuck pandas and fuck dolphins. Anybody here love dolphins or pandas?
Fuck you.
No. Next you're going to say fuck kittens. Where does it end?
I don't have a problem with kittens. I have no issue with cats. Only thing I have a problem. Well, I love raccoons. I love trash pandas.
Priorities are so off.
I love trash pandas. I don't have a problem with the raccoons because they have opposable thumbs, and I trust things that have opposable thumbs. The only problem I have with the felines, yeah, I appreciate it.
You don't know that?
Only problem I have with felines.
Pandas have thumbs?
They want to die. Okay? I don't have a problem with koalas as long as they keep the STDs to themselves. I have a problem with pandas.
Most people don't want them having sex.
Panda's an
That the panda wants to die.
Yeah, Panda does try to take itself out in every possible way, but
it doesn't want to be here, and we're forcing it to be.
Raccoons and
well, they're so strong, they just survive.
No.
But can't we just have them hang around and watch?
How many times have we brought them back from the brink of extinction?
You're killing off like every child's favorite animals, pandas and dolphins.
And I'm okay with that. They have to learn early. Raccoons, I like raccoons. Y'all want to see? Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all a picture of my pet raccoons. Hold on. Well, they're not domesticated as of yet, but I'm working on it. So I have these. Okay, so I live in. So check this out. We have an apartment complex, right? And we put our trash outside the door, and they come and pick it up. Well, the raccoons was knocking over the trash can, right? Which that's what raccoons do, right? But I have been feeding the raccoons cheese.
Oh, no, you haven't.
If I have, I'm going to show you a picture.
You know they tell their entire family, right?
I know, and that's why it's 3 of them.
Yes. They're like, there's a hot hookup in town. It's called the Cheese Shop. And they're all there.
Listen, when I tell you, you may not believe this, but I swear, ever since I started feeding them, they don't knock my trash over anymore.
This is brilliant. So what you've done is you've added more raccoons for a temporary delay in trash knocked over. What do you think happens when you stop with the cheese?
PCR. You have to pay the cheese tax. This is cheddar.
You're gonna pay the cheese tax.
Yes, I pay the cheese tax.
Your building is gonna want to have you evicted.
That's not what they don't know won't hurt them.
Oh, they don't know.
See, if you PTR, that's cheddar, and I threw him a piece of sliced cheese.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it out there for the.
I think Cheddar said, "This ain't real cheese. This is that damn crap bullshit."
I just want to throw it out there that attracting raccoons to your home is not a good plan. Just want to put that out there.
Well, they're semi-domesticated.
While they have 3, sure. When they have 7, it's gonna spread.
I mean, I'm not gonna be. If the raccoon decides to take over the world, fuck it, I'm okay with that. We let everything else happen. Might as well.
You're gonna need one of those panda bears to come over and kill the raccoons, bro.
Pandas are lazy. Do they even walk?
They roll around and fall over.
I have not seen a panda walk. Every time I see a panda, it's just sitting.
I prefer the
squirrels.
I prefer the squirrels to kick everybody's ass.
Now, personally, we can get rid of the possums. They're kind of ugly. I don't think we need those, but I'm okay with them.
The pandas is white.
It's way too cute, though.
And I'm sending
Way too cute.
I'm sending snakes to sound right now.
Skunks are really cute.
Yeah, until they spray you.
Yeah, well, I mean, exactly. They're way too cute. Right up until they spray you. But until they spray you, really, really cute.
I like koalas.
Can we take out the stench of skunks?
Yeah, they can be domesticated that way.
Well, there's an antidote to all the animals, and that's just get yourself an orange tabby cat, and they will sort them all that shit.
What is this thing about going to Mars? Like, are there going to be animals on Mars, or it's going to grow up in a world?
What do you mean? What is this thing about going to Mars? Where did that come from?
Well, like when people go to Mars, we populate Mars.
He wasn't getting enough.
I don't want to go to Mars.
He wasn't getting enough attention, so he had to change the subject.
That's how
the finality meter's at 7 for this.
They just went to, are they bringing animals to Mars? I mean, I suppose that's a little less crazy.
Little panda bear spacesuit or whatever. The raccoons.
A
lot going on with Taft here. I think we've all learned today.
I'm just saying.
Vote
for me for president. Vote for me for president. That's all I'm saying.
You had my vote earlier until the raccoon thing. I was like, no.
The thing about the raccoons is they're kind of cute, you know? And I'll have 3.
Yeah. This isn't going to go well. This has been a very short-term thing.
I mean,
maybe you stop their mating life. They're so happy with the cheese.
The cheese sterilizes them.
Yeah, something.
I mean, on a hush hush.
Taff, you said you're from Alabama, right? Are you following that redistricting stuff over there? I heard that the courts struck that shit down.
Oh, they did. One of my friends. Oh, okay. So they were protesting, right? And it was this one particular lady that was singing "We Shall Overcome." It was given very much civil rights, very much in the Prince Bridge. You know, she was singing a song, and everybody was like, "Put her down, put her down," and they were just like carrying her out, and she was really hitting the notes. I'm not gonna lie, she was doing a great job. She was under a lot of pressure, but she was maintaining. But long story short, I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was the Christians that prayed, the people that did the voodoo. I don't know if it was the Etsy witches. Don't know what happened, but we do know it ended up flooding the little carport area that during the time, and I was like, damn, that sucks for them. But yeah, ultimately it got stripped down.